Morning, everyone. Welcome back. Let's see. Anything we need to handle before we get started? Okay. It's always a good sign, or sometimes is. Okay, where we are now, we have, we're at our pro se interveners, Mr. Knowlton. Wanted to make sure if you have any statement or wanted to reaffirm your pre-filed testimony and give anybody a chance to ask you questions. So. If you're going to go, you got to go now.
I want to thank the Commission for their incredible level of work on this case, on every other case that you attend to. It has been a long run for all of us as well. I would like to ask that my written testimony that I submitted, my direct file, as well as the letter I wrote with a petition to intervene, be entered as part of the record.
Okay, your pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand, and the letter you wrote will be entered as a hearing exhibit number 32.
Thank you, sir. And in view of those being entered into the record, I will not take the time to belabor those points or to touch on them again. I'm going to make just a few very, very brief remarks, which I had hoped I would have an extra 30 minutes while other panels appeared, but I'm going to proceed as though I were ready. We have heard the company say over and over, Blue Granite Water Company, that this case is based on reasonable and prudent expenses in order for them to provide service of a level commensurate with the public expectation. I submit to you that none of the above are true. It seems that the company has made a new showing again, as though they wish to be proactive now, but I would like to propose that that is still not the case. We still have a dog whose tail is following it according to its nature. First of all, the reasonable and prudent expenses that the company claims to have incurred cannot by any logical mind be deemed to be reasonable or prudent. I do not believe that there is any company anywhere in the world that would expand their expenses and payments to third-party customers by 50% over a 2-year period. I don't believe that even in the Corona mask market, that level of inflation is happening now. And we certainly don't have that kind of a situation here in York County, nor in very many places of the North American economy. It is not reasonable, nor is it prudent to go ahead and pay those costs unless there's some sort of collusion and arrangement between your trading partners. That is my opinion. In 2004, I moved back here from overseas, and I took a job as the main purchasing and shipping agent for my organization. We work in some 75 countries around the world. We procure a huge variety of supplies. And so for 16 years now, I have purchased and shipped on a worldwide basis, both container loads and small lots. In 2014, I shipped thousands of body bags and chlorine sprayers to Liberia during the crisis. Never once have I ever even imagined a level of rate increase like we have seen from this company in my 16 years. And I would just make casual mention that in this current economy, especially, supposedly the economy is good, that this sort of rate increase far beyond the level of inflation and cost of living is neither prudent nor reasonable. It is unconscionable. My words. The company says that they have a new initiative to be proactive. I live in a neighborhood that's approximately 40 years old now. Most of the water meters in that neighborhood, most of them are still 40 years old. At the rate hearing 2 years ago, I commented that the company could very easily save money on the books by having a regular program to replace water meters. That was the last rate case. Here we are again. They're collecting monies to be proactive, but they are not being proactive. In my neighborhood, some 5 years, no, not 5, it was the 2015 rate case, so approximately 4 years ago, we got off our old water tower and the groundwater supply that was polluted with VOCs and other compounds, and we hooked up to the city of Fort Mill, and that would have been the time for the company to have said, yes, a neighborhood with 200 houses needs to have fire hydrants. That also was mentioned in the prior rate case. It has not happened. If the company truly wanted to be proactive, then I submit to this commission and to all who are in hearing that the Public Service Commission would not be dealing with individual complaints, would not have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people appearing in public hearings and saying the things that they are. Those things should not be dealt with by the commission. I submit to you that they are wasting your time as well as ours with their words. Action speaks louder than words. Action would be very appropriate. And yet we, the consumer, are again being asked to pay for this company's lack of proactivity. I would like to say that the level of the base rates that have been instituted and allowed by the commission, in addition to muddying the water on the total revenue possible when some are paying by gallons and then you have flat rates. I understand there are people out there who can do math, but I would just like to mention that flat rates do not incentivize any kind of water conservation. If I leave my house right now for an entire month and don't use a drop of water, my bill will be almost $100, $96 and change. If a widow or a single person in a household has to pay that bill, that prejudices against them as well. I realize that as in everything else in these rate cases, the company is favorized versus the customers. But flat rates of this level prejudice small households, and especially in this proposed rate case, when my minimum base rate will be more than $142 if the rate is approved, that there is little incentive to economize, to conserve water, to do anything, because it's peanuts compared to the huge amount of the base rate. Base rates also damn the customer when water restrictions are implemented. The company pays not a bit of a price when they put water restrictions on us, but we still have to pay the bill, even though we cannot get the water to water our lawn, to wash our cars, and to do the things that are necessary. That, in my mind, reflects the pattern of this company expecting the customer to pay. And I propose that it would be a gesture of very good faith if, when there were water restrictions and people were not allowed to use their water, that base rates would somehow be adjustable during those times so that the consumer, again, is not penalized doubly by a high bill as well as by paying their bill. I'd like to suggest that the non-revenue water that the company is attempting to recuperate, again, places the onus on the customers. They're asking us to pay for their lack of maintenance, for their lack of a program to replace meters. It wouldn't require any more than a high school graduate to institute a program to replace meters of a certain age. They have people strong enough in math to make all these calculations. There is no reason at all, if they wanted to, that they could not be more proactive in their other business. Throughout the course of these hearings, I have cross-examined a number of the company's expert witnesses who were consistently vague and didn't wish to answer direct questions about which I have little doubt they were knowledgeable. I was astounded to hear their witness drop a number that in York County, 87% of their rate increase, $4-point-something million in 2 years, was due to raises in price by third-party vendors. He was able, witness DeStafanos was able to quote that figure and yet was not able to answer basic questions about other York County factors. And I submit to you that that shady relationship between this company and many of their vendors and their hidden investors lies at the heart of this rate case. In closing, I just want to remind the Commission what it costs someone like me to be an intervener. To take days of my vacation and to travel here at personal expense and to leave my wife to take care of my almost 92-year-old mother without my help for days, to sit for nights thinking about the unconscionable 50% pending rate increase is a burden. And it is a burden that I am only the tip of the iceberg that you're seeing. In my neighborhood only, we have upwards of 200. However, the Commission has heard for decades the angst of the consumers. And so I plead with you to remember, as I quoted in my opening argument, the hound is tired, the hare is tired. Both are tired of running. We don't know which one is going to stop first. And so I asked the Public Service Commission to consider leveling the playing field so that individuals like me don't need to waste your time, so that you're not spending your evenings in public hearings needlessly with a company that should have been doing their job all along. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. Questions from others? Ms. Valtorta. No question. Thank you. Consumer Affairs. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Moore has been excused. Mr. Dover. ORS?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Company? Thank you. Mr. Knowlton, thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. Whoop, hang on. Commissioners, sorry. Commissioner Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Knowlton, you started off by thanking the commission for our hard work and our attentiveness and focus on this case, and I want to thank you for your participation. I've been here 11 and a half years, and every public witness or intervener we've had has always been given his due process and treated unfairly and unbiased and in full rights. And you've been given that plus a little more as since you have intervener status. Chairman has moved your letter and your testimony in a little earlier. I do want to take a little moment just to address something that's in your letter. You made a comment that we didn't allow the letter in because it didn't show proper respect to the commission. And if you remember right, last time you were allowed to speak at the night hearing. You had Representative Norman with you at a night hearing up there. We did have to, for lack of a better word, clean up your letter. It was not because it was disrespectful to this commission. You made a comparison and you used the word beautiful. You even used that in your testimony this time, a beautiful comparison about the doctor who performed all these vile things to these young female athletes. And the reason we didn't allow your letter in is because it was vulgar and graphic in nature, and it was offensive to women and children. That's why we didn't let your letter in, not because it was offensive to this commission. Now, if you want to put that on anybody, you can put it on me, because I was chairman at that time, and I took the actions necessary that our women up here on the commission, unfortunately a staff member or two did have to see it, but I took the action myself to protect the public, which is what I took an oath to do, and to protect women and children from seeing something so offensive. And beyond that, I would like to thank you for your participation in this case. But I just want you to know that we don't think we're on any kind of pedestal up here. That was to protect the public and to put something that was inappropriate to be put out. All this is going to be in the record, and that would have been inappropriate. I don't know what you might have felt about it. I know you got a pastor with you from your district. I don't know if he's your pastor, but I don't think you wanted that in the record. And if that's the case, then I certainly accept that. But if you want to put that on anybody, I was chairman at that time, and you can lay it squarely at my feet. But I did that, and I don't regret doing it. And again, we thank you for your use of better terms and proper participation this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Knowlton, thank you for being here.
May I respond briefly to that?
Sure.
Yes. Commissioner Whitfield, thank you. Your actions were correct, I realize, in retrospect. And I did indeed, just a few weeks ago, receive a comment to that effect from someone in my neighborhood saying, this is wrong. And I didn't see it at that level. I realized that my terms were vulgar and graphic. I did not see how inappropriate they were or harmful. And so I thank you for taking the action that you did. At the time when I was censored during that previous hearing, the words were used, lack of respect for the commission. Those were the words that I remembered being used. I did not go back to see the actual terms. However, you have summarized them very accurately, very appropriately, no contest. And if I knew who had to read those words in your staff, I would make a personal apology. I would like to do that now. I am truly sorry that I used those words. And after I was rebuked by my neighborhood person, I made a public apology there as well as a private one. And I went back and I read the testimony that I had submitted, And I did use the word abuse, but it was not in that same sexual context. And so otherwise, I would have then resubmitted my letter to remove that allusion. And so I'm sorry that I did that, and I thank you. I thank you for your great deference and patience with me and my consumer state, not a lawyer, not trained in any way. I don't recall that I did speak at the meeting where Ralph Norman spoke. I don't think that I was allowed to as an intervener. So I did not speak at that meeting. I was present at that meeting and I heard what he said, and I was interviewed by the media after that meeting, but I did not have any say at that particular public hearing. And thank you again, sir. My respect. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, and all of the commission as well.
Well, apology accepted, and thank you for being man enough to do that. Fortunately, only a couple of staff members saw it. The bulk of our staff and commissioners did not, but thank you for your apology.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Dover.
Commission Chairman, thank you very much for allowing us, as just a John Q. public, to be a part of these hearings. Definitely, I have learned a lot. I probably dove into this with no water pun intended, but dove into this and are way below my breathing level. And so I've learned a lot through these proceedings, and I appreciate you allowing us to be a part. Thank you so much. I did give a written testimony and submitted that. I do want to address one thing before I ask that it be submitted, that under my paragraph entitled Future Precedences, one of the last couple sentences, just, you know, with this being new to me, some of my research was probably just a little vague and more less technical, and I've got some terms or some numbers that are just maybe a little misquoted, and so they're not 100% accurate. And so I just want to apologize for that, just for the fact that I want to make sure that I give everything, you know, as wholly as I possibly can. And so just through these hearings and doing a little more research throughout, I just realized that I had misspoke on a couple of these items. So just so you guys know.
Okay. With that, Mr. Dover, you
Yes, sir.
can, if you want to correct that,
Okay.
anything or change that, you can resubmit that with corrected.
Yes, sir.
And we'll get that into the record and correct. You can send it corrected here or through DMS.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I sure will.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, and so then I don't need to ask that it be filed as public or as oral word.
Okay, we do need to get your testimony into the record and get the corrections in. Does anybody have any objections to Mr. Dover making his corrections and submitting them? Okay, thank you. Anyone? Okay, then Mr. Dover, we will enter your pre-filed direct testimony into the record as though given orally from the stand, and then we'll wait for those corrections to make it official.
Yes, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Just a couple quick comments before I step away. I do have the concern, even though I did have a few figures wrong, just in my basic research, and my concern is the impact that it will have on our neighborhood. I've only been in our neighborhood 4.5 years. I bought my house in August of 2015. So I came in after some of the rate increases already happening, and I felt the water, the rate was high, but after being there for, I guess, about a year or two, and then it raised again, I had some concern. I felt I felt for my neighbors. I felt for the elderly lady that's across the street from us, who we converse with almost on a daily basis. She walks the neighborhood. We walk the neighborhood, and knowing that she pays high rates, I know she's on a fixed income. I know there's other elderly in our neighborhood that do this. I'm a young man still. I've got a young family, and we can make ends meet. I can do extra things, even though it might take me away from my family or other responsibilities I have. I can do things to make ends meet, but I'm concerned about those who can't. And knowing that people, neighborhoods that are less than a mile away are paying far less than we are. Knowing that kind of impact that it could have, that if someone were to choose to sell their house in our neighborhood and this were to pass, they would have to drastically decrease the value of their home so that it could be in comparison to another house. There's economic impact here, and there's moral impact. Our neighborhood is tired, as Mr. Knowlton has said. I'm not his pastor, but I'm his neighbor. And that probably goes beyond my title of pastor. We have acquaintances and friends, and the people we talk to, as we're walking the neighborhood and in the evening time, and we're talking to these people and these families that are experiencing this same concern, and they're tired of this. They're tired of continually having their rates increased. They're tired of having to pay extra money and knowing their friends across town are paying far less than they are. The morale hurts them, and it hurts us. And we are a blue collar neighborhood. We're blue collar people. I've been fortunate and blessed, but I know of at least 3 other pastors in our neighborhood. And then you have Mr. Knowlton. He talked about his company, but what he doesn't tell you is that he works for hold on, forgive me. I'm having a brain moment. I had a late night with students last night, and so, but he works for a missionary company. He's a missionary, though he works on stateside. He's a missionary, so his even though he doesn't carry a pastoral role, he carries a ministry role, and so that's what our neighborhood is made of. And we fear the economic impact. We fear the impact that's going to have. It's going to turn away good quality neighbors. It could bring in bad neighbors. It could mean that our houses don't sell for what it could sell for. That means that, in a couple years, we may not be able to make what we should be able to make off our house. And for me as a minister, it's one of those things that's kind of a perk that I get to kind of play the housing market to maybe help offset some cost, because ministry doesn't really pay. I don't make a whole lot, but I do make enough to be able to cover my bills at the moment, which is a blessing. And so I just ask for the commission, take that in your heart, if you will, what we as our neighborhood, and I know our neighborhood is reflective of those also in York County and the other communities around South Carolina that these guys are servicing. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your listening to what we have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dover. Any questions from the parties? Ms. Valtorta? Consumer Affairs? Mr. Knowlton? Oh, Mr. Kendry, I left you out last time. Mr. Kendry, you've got to sit somewhere. Next time you're here, I'm going to sit you right over here in front of me so I don't forget you. Okay. ORS.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Company, thank you. Mr. Dover, thank you for your testimony, and you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are at the point, I forgot commissioner questions. See, Mr. Kendry, it's not just you. I forget these guys up here too. Y'all got any questions you want me to bring Mr. Dover back?
Just so you won't waste your time. Mr. Dover, I personally want to thank you, and I'm sure the commission does, for taking your time. I know it took a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of thought on your process. And so thank you for coming, and thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Thank you. Commissioner Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to concur with Commissioner Howard. I know you've again taken your personal time, but also want to remind you that we've granted, as you well know, a night here in this week in York. And, of course, you can't speak again, but wanted to remind you that we will be up in your community one more time.
Sir, we look forward to it. Thank you.
Commissioners, anybody else? Is there anybody else I've forgotten this morning? I've already made 2 mistakes first right off, so
It's Monday morning, sir.
that's a good thing. I should not, my grandson had his 7th birthday party at a place that was like Chuck E. Cheese's on steroids, so my brain is still unscrambled from that. So anyway, thank you very much. Okay. I think we are to ORS for your panels. Mr. Bateman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. ORS calls as its first panel Mr. Daniel Sullivan, Mr. Anthony Brazino, and Mr. Chad Jackson. And while these witnesses are taking their seat, I just wanted to thank the commission and the court reporter for allowing us to present these witnesses in our next panel via panel format. Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, would you please state your name and occupation?
Daniel Sullivan. I'm employed by the Office of Regulatory Staff as the Deputy Director of the Audit Department.
And are you the same Daniel Sullivan who pre-filed 25 pages of direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Sullivan's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sullivan's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 10 exhibits labeled DFS-1 through DFS-10, which were filed with the Commission as attachments to pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your exhibits?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that witness Sullivan's 10 exhibits labeled DFS-1 through DFS-10 be marked for identification and entered into the record of the case as a next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Sullivan's exhibits DFS 1 through 10 will be entered as composite exhibit number 33.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, are you also the same Daniel Sullivan who pre-filed 8 pages of surrebuttal testimony in this case on February 14th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do. I filed revised surrebuttal testimony on February 24th, 2020.
Thank you. Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Sullivan's revised surrebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sullivan's pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony that was entered on the 24th, I think, will be read into the record as given orally from the stand. That's February 24th.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 10 exhibits labeled Revised Surrebuttal Audit Exhibit DFS-1 through Revised Surrebuttal Audit Exhibit DFS-10, which were filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those exhibits?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that the 10 exhibits labeled Revised Surrebuttal Audit Exhibit DFS-1 through Revised Surrebuttal Audit Exhibit DFS-10 be marked for identification and entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Sullivan's revised surrebuttal audit exhibits DFS 1 through 10 will be entered as composite exhibit number 34.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if it pleases the Commission, we have a brief question and answer summary of Mr. Sullivan's direct and revised surrebuttal testimonies. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, what are the primary purposes of your testimony in this docket?
Good morning. My testimony sets forth ORS's findings and recommendations resulting from ORS's examination of the application of Blue Granite Water Company in this docket. My revised surrebuttal testimony responds to the rebuttal testimony filed by company witness DeStefano and updates my audit exhibits DFS 1 through DFS 9 to reflect changes made by me, as well as ORS witnesses Brazino and Sandonato. ORS's most current recommendations are reflected in revised surrebuttal audit exhibits DFS 1 through revised surrebuttal audit exhibit DFS 9.
And please describe ORS's examination of the company's application.
ORS's examination of the company's application consisted of 3 major steps. Step 1, ORS verified that the operating experience reported by the company in its application was supported by the company's accounting books and records for the test year, which ended June 30th, 2019. In the second step, ORS tested the underlying transactions to ensure they were adequately supported, had a stated business purpose, were allowable for rate-making purposes, and were properly recorded. Lastly, ORS's examination consisted of adjusting, as necessary, the revenues, expenditures, and capital investments to normalize the company's operating experience and rate base in accordance with generally accepted regulatory principles and prior commission orders.
And what adjustments is ORS proposing?
All ORS adjustments and the comparison of those adjustments to the adjustments proposed by the company are reflected in my revised surrebuttal audit exhibit DFS 5. I address and explain certain adjustments in my direct testimony. Those adjustments include company excluded items, rate case expenses, rent, insurance, core X allocations, the reclassification of legal expenses to rate case expenses, the removal of legal expenses, the exclusion of the unamortized balance of deferred maintenance from rate base, cash working capital, interest expense, and all fallout adjustments. The fallout adjustments include the calculations of state and federal income taxes, gross receipts taxes, uncollectibles, and customer growth.
And what do your direct testimony and audit exhibits DFS 1 through DFS 5 reflect?
My direct testimony reflects ORS's proposed revenues and adjustments based on the return on equity, or ROE, recommendation of 9.45% by ORS witness Parcell. ORS's proposed revenues and adjustments are reflected in column 4 of audit exhibits DFS 1 through DFS 4, and in audit exhibit DFS 5. Those proposed revenues and adjustments result in an ROE of 9.45% for combined operations, as reflected in the after proposed adjustments section on audit exhibit DFS 9. The same information, but updated, is provided in the corresponding revised surrebuttal audit exhibits.
Did you include any other exhibits you'd like to discuss?
Yes, audit exhibit DFS 10 details the company's operating experience, rate base, and rate of return for the combined water and sewer service territories for the test year. This exhibit's format is designed to reflect the application per books, ORS's proposed accounting and pro forma adjustments necessary to normalize the results of the company's test year. Exhibit DFS 10 also reflects ORS's recalculation of the company's proposed rate increase. The same information, but updated, is provided in the corresponding revised surrebuttal audit exhibit.
Does your direct testimony address any other components of the company's application?
Yes. My direct testimony also addresses the company's treatment of excess revenues as a result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. ORS reviewed the company's calculations and verified the overcollection of $335,713. Using updated pro forma customer bills of $31,710, ORS calculates a one-time credit of $10.59 per account.
Did you update any adjustments from your direct testimony in your revised surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I updated ORS Adjustment 16A for rate case expenses for post-test year costs related to docket numbers 2018-358 WS and 2018-361 WS. I also updated ORS Adjustment 21E for post-test year legal costs that were incurred during the test year. These updates were recommended by company witness DeStefano in his rebuttal testimony, and ORS was able to verify these updates with no exceptions.
What adjustments do you address that the company disputes?
ORS Adjustment 18 for rent expense for the Charlotte office, and ORS Adjustment 34A to include the unamortized balance of deferred maintenance in rate base.
Mr. Sullivan, please explain ORS Adjustment 18.
In my direct testimony, ORS proposed a pro forma rent adjustment for annualized leases that correctly allocates lease expense for 2 employees working out of the Blue Granite's Greenville office whose duties are only partially applicable to Blue Granite.
What did the company propose in response to ORS Adjustment 18?
The company proposed in the rebuttal testimony of company witness DeStefano to increase rent expense by $18,568 for employees of the Charlotte office that the company asserts support Blue Granite operations.
What is ORS's response to witness DeStefano's rebuttal testimony?
ORS continues to assert that its adjustment to Greenville office lease expense is appropriate. ORS does not agree to the company's proposal to allocate rent expense for the Charlotte office to be recovered from Blue Granite ratepayers in this case. The company did not include amounts for the Charlotte office in its application, and the rebuttal testimony of company witness DeStefano is the first time the company has asserted that employees of the Charlotte office perform services for Blue Granite. ORS is not able to fully analyze or verify that rent expense for the Charlotte office should be allocated to Blue Granite, since the company did not propose an adjustment in its application, and ORS was not afforded a sufficient opportunity to fully review the Charlotte office for inclusion in this docket.
Please explain ORS Adjustment 34A to exclude the unamortized balance of deferred maintenance in rate base.
The company included the unamortized balance of deferred maintenance expenses for hydro tank inspections in rate base, and ORS Adjustment 34A excludes those maintenance expenses from rate base. ORS reaffirms its position that the unamortized balance of deferred maintenance should not be included in rate base for several reasons. The hydro tank inspections are maintenance expenses and not capital investments. ORS's exclusion from rate base is consistent with the treatment of unamortized balances of deferred maintenance by the Commission in other dockets. Amortization of the hydro tank inspections serves as a normalizing adjustment, which is equitable for customers and the company. Although the company does not recover the entire cost of the inspections in one year, they do retire the uncovered cost of the inspections over a 5-year period.
Mr. Sullivan, does this conclude the summary of your testimonies?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Brazino, would you please state your name and occupation?
My name is Anthony Brazino. I am employed by the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff as a senior auditor.
Are you the same Anthony Brazino who pre-filed 14 pages of direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Brazino's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Brazino's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Brazino, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit labeled Audit Exhibit ADB1, which was filed with the Commission as an attachment to pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that witness Brazino's one exhibit labeled Audit Exhibit ADB1 be marked for identification and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Brazino's exhibit ADB1 will be entered as hearing exhibit number 35.
Thank you. And are you also the same Anthony Brazino who pre-filed 8 pages of rebuttal testimony in this case on February 14th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, we filed a revised rebuttal testimony on February 24, 2020 for me.
Okay. And are you the same Anthony Brazino who pre-filed those 9 pages of revised rebuttal testimony in this case on the February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed revised rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do. I need to strike a question and answer on page 4, lines 6 through 16 from my pre-filed revised rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have passed out copies with that page so everyone can see the exact question and answer which Mr. Brazino has struck.
Thank you. We have received that.
Mr. Brazino, subject to that correction, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS would ask that Mr. Brazino's revised rebuttal testimony with that correction be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Brazino's revised, corrected rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
And just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, when we revised Mr. Brazino's testimony, we filed both a redlined and a clean copy on the DMS. We filed the redlined out of an abundance of caution so that folks could see exactly what was changed, but we'd ask that only the clean copy be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Granted.
Thank you. Mr. Brazino, did you also prepare one rebuttal exhibit labeled rebuttal audit exhibit ADB1, which is filed with the commission as an attachment to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS would ask that rebuttal exhibit labeled rebuttal audit exhibit ADB1 be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as a next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Brazino's rebuttal exhibit ADB1 will be entered as exhibit number 36.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we again have a relatively brief question and answer summary for Mr. Brazino. Mr. Brazino, what is the purpose of your direct and revised rebuttal testimonies in this case?
The purpose of my direct and revised rebuttal testimonies is to address ORS's recommendations and findings related to the adjustments for purchased water and wastewater services, deferred maintenance, administrative law court cases, litigation expenses, deferred storm costs, decommissioned treatment plants, and excess deferred income taxes, Clearwater Solutions, and the majority of the rate-based adjustments and their fallouts.
Mr. Brazino, please summarize your testimony in regard to purchased water and wastewater services.
ORS adjusted the test year to be reflective of the most recent changes imposed upon the company from their third-party providers. These costs were adjusted for non-revenue water in excess of 10%, as discussed by ORS witness Maurer. ORS also included within the test year the balance of the purchased water and wastewater deferrals amortized over a 3-year period. These deferral balances were based upon actual charges through December 18, 2019, and were adjusted to remove unauthorized charges for prior balances, hydrant fees, and fire fees. They were also adjusted to remove non-revenue water in excess of 10%, as discussed by ORS witness Maurer. The company has agreed to all aspects of these adjustments except for the removal of the non-revenue water in excess of 10%.
Mr. Brazino, please summarize your testimony in regard to the deferred maintenance, administrative law court cases, litigation expenses, deferred storm costs, decommissioned treatment plants, and excess deferred income taxes.
ORS has adjusted the test year to reflect the impact of the deferred maintenance amortized over a 5-year period. ORS has also adjusted the test year for the amortization of administrative law court cases, litigation expenses, deferred storm costs, decommissioned treatment plants, and excess deferred income taxes. It is important to note that the company has agreed with all of the adjusted balances of these items, but objects to ORS's rate-based treatment for deferred maintenance, which ORS witness Sullivan testified to, ORS's balances for rate base for the decommissioned treatment plants, and ORS's balances for the rate base for the excess deferred income taxes. ORS has consistently followed guidance given by prior commission orders with the calculation of balances for rate base for the decommissioned treatment plants and excess deferred income taxes adjustments by removing 1 year of amortization expense from the balances before including these balances in rate base. This is also consistent with the treatment of excess deferred income taxes in the company's last rate case, which was approved by this commission. ORS's methodology allows full recovery of the cost of the decommissioned treatment plants over the life established by this commission and allows the full return of excess deferred income taxes to customers.
Mr. Brazino, please describe the way ORS calculated the lives for the decommissioned treatment plants.
Each decommissioned treatment plant is made up of various object accounts. Each object account is representative of various groupings of assets. ORS took the net balance that the company needed to recover for each of these objects accounts and multiplied these balances by the applicable depreciation rates proposed by ORS witness Garrett to arrive at a depreciation expense for each of the object accounts. The sum of all of the depreciation expenses over the net balance needed for recovery from the object accounts creates a composite rate that is representative of the object account's depreciation rates. You divide 100% by that composite rate to arrive at the number of years it would take to fully recover the asset.
So, Mr. Brazino, the number of years ORS has proposed to recover the decommissioned treatment plants is not tied to the interconnection, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Brazino, please summarize your testimony in regard to Clearwater Solutions.
ORS reviewed and verified the cost of the Clearwater Solutions contract. Also, ORS reviewed and verified the expenses removed by the company from the test year and the calculation of the Clearwater adjustments included in their application. ORS found and removed additional expenses that occurred during the test year to properly reflect the impact of this contract on the company's operations going forward. The company has agreed with ORS on all Clearwater Solution adjustments.
Mr. Brazino, please summarize your testimony in regard to plant and service and contributions in aid of construction and their respective fallouts.
ORS updated plan and service and contributions in aid of construction for plan additions and plan removals that occurred after the test year, as well as the incorporation of the plant removal by ORS associated with the Greenville office upgrades as discussed by ORS witness Maurer. It is important to note that the company has only objected to ORS's removal of the Greenville office upgrades in ORS's calculation of gross plan and service. The updated balances of plant and contributions in aid of construction were used in the calculation of depreciation expense and the amortization of contributions in aid of constructions, which utilize the depreciation rates recommended by ORS witness Garrett. These calculations are the largest component of ORS's adjustments to accumulated depreciation and net contributions in aid of construction. The company has objected to ORS's calculations of these adjustments, stating that they should be based upon the company's 1.5% depreciation rate instead of the prospective new depreciation rates. If the company is to take that position, then the depreciation amortization expenses calculations should also be based upon the 1.5 instead of the new prospective depreciation rates posed here. The company's position is flawed, contrary to generally accepted accounting principles, and would create an unbalanced test year if the prospective depreciation rates are used to calculate depreciation expense and the old rates are used in the calculation of accumulated depreciation. Additionally, my testimony addresses plant held for future service or future use, excess book value, and property taxes.
Mr. Brazino, is the company's proposal to use new depreciation rates in the calculation of depreciation expense and the prior approved depreciation rates in the calculation of accumulated depreciation fair or reasonable for customers?
No, the company's proposal is not fair or reasonable for customers. The company should not receive the benefit of increased depreciation expense using the new depreciation rates to determine the revenue requirement without being required to make an equal offsetting entry to accumulated depreciation. The same is true for the calculation of the amortization of contributions in aid of constructions and the net contributions in aid of construction.
Mr. Brazino, as part of your revised surrebuttal testimony, did you update any of ORS's adjustments?
Yes, I updated ORS adjustment 8B for a change to the non-revenue water adjustment recommended by ORS witness Maurer. I updated ORS adjustments 9C and 34B for an error found in the calculation of the decommissioned asset lives. I also updated ORS adjustments 26C and 36 for an error found in those calculation adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Brazino. Does that conclude your summary?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Jackson, would you please state your name and occupation?
My name is Charles Jackson, and I am employed by the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff as an auditor.
And are you the same Charles Jackson who pre-filed 9 pages of direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Jackson's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Jackson's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
And are you also the same Charles Jackson who pre-filed 2 pages of surrebuttal testimony in this case on February 14th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Jackson's surrebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Jackson's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
And once again, Mr. Chairman, we have a brief question and answer summary of Mr. Jackson's testimony.
That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, what was the purpose of your testimony in this case?
Purpose of my direct testimony is to address ORS's findings and recommendations related to the adjustments for rebranding expenses, non-allowable expenses, salary, benefits, and other payroll adjustments, and various miscellaneous adjustments. My surrebuttal testimony addresses company witness Denton's rebuttal of ORS's removal of service awards.
What issues do you testify for which there remains a dispute between ORS and the company?
ORS adjusted pension and other benefits for service awards within the test year. These awards were length of service awards for employees who have reached career milestones such as 20-year anniversaries.
Mr. Jackson, please explain why ORS's recommended adjustment should be accepted by the Commission.
The company proposed to seek recovery from customers for service awards for employees who have reached career milestones such as 20-year anniversaries. ORS recommends that customers not be required to pay these awards because it has been the established practice of the Commission in prior dockets to disallow length of service awards, as they have no link to specific performance criteria and they are not necessary to provide safe and reliable water and wastewater services to customers.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Sullivan, and Mr. Brazino are available for questions from opposing counsel and the commissions. Thank you. And the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll try to get everybody this time. Ms. Valtorta. Consumer Affairs. Mr. Knowlton. Mr. Dover. Mr. Kendry. Thank you. Company.
Thank you. Hello, gentlemen. Mr. Sullivan, I've got two issues to talk to you about, and sorry to disappoint the other two. Let's talk about the hydro tank inspections issue, Mr. Sullivan. As I understand the ORS position, ORS agrees that the company spent money on the hydro tank inspections for which the company seeks recovery in this case. Is that right, sir? Correct. And ORS also agrees that that's a prudent and necessary expense that the company incurs in maintaining these hydro tanks.
Correct.
And you understand that that inspection program is not something that's done on every year basis such that it would show up necessarily in a test year and be reflected in rates and be recovered as you go along, right?
Correct.
It's done on an interval roughly once every 5 years. Is that right, sir?
That's my understanding.
And the company proposed, because of that feature of the timing feature, to take those deferred expenses and put them in the rate base. And ORS said, no, we don't agree with that, right?
That's correct.
And ORS instead said, we think that you should defer those expenses and then amortize it over a period of 5 years. Is that correct, sir?
Which is consistent with what the company did, except for what you alluded to a minute ago about the exclusion from rate base for ORS and the inclusion from the company.
And the ORS position is that those costs that are expended by the company prudently, necessary. Does ORS agree that doing those inspections helps prolong the life of the hydro tanks?
I don't know if I would say it prolongs the life. It's a maintenance expense that's necessary, which we agree with, to be performed so that the customer and the company get the intended life and the intended benefit of those hydro tanks. Without performing that, then they wouldn't even get the intended life. So I don't know if it prolongs.
Okay, but
it's a necessary maintenance expense.
Okay. I accept your, but the ORS position is that during the deferral period and the amortization period with respect to these costs, that there be no recovery of any carrying costs. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. On the unamortized balance, I would like to point out that because the amortization of the maintenance expenses is included in maintenance expense,
There is a little component that does get some return in rate base through cash working capital.
But for the most part, other than that little bit, the rest of it, ORS doesn't agree that it should be put in rate base, so there's no return on those expenses. And also, ORS doesn't agree that there should be carrying costs during the amortization period. Is that right,
Correct.
sir?
And that's consistent with what we've seen in other commission dockets.
Yes, sir. Were you here Friday afternoon? I think it was afternoon when I cross-examined ORS witness Parcell,
Yes.
the cost of capital ROE witness, Mr. Parcell.
Yes, sir.
And did you hear our exchange about the time value of money?
I'm fully aware. Yeah, I did hear it, and I'm fully aware of the time value of money.
And the fact that when that future dollars are less valuable than current dollars? Did you hear Mr. Parcell agree with that proposition?
I remember him saying, I think he said generally, but yes, that's usually the thought.
And so if I get $1 in 5 years, it's not as valuable as getting $1 right now. That's the basic concept of time value of money, isn't it, Mr.
I'm
Sullivan?
not a present value, future value expert, but yeah, that's the general thought process. Whether it necessarily comes true or not is depending on markets, et cetera.
So the ORS position in this case with respect to these deferrals for the hydro tank inspections is that the ORS believes the company should recover those expenses that it incurs with future dollars that are going to be less valuable than the dollars the company spent on those inspections.
I just have a real quick objection, Mr. Chairman. There's a speculative nature to Mr. Ellerby's questions, which Mr. Sullivan already answered. You can't tell for sure whether those future dollars will, in fact, be more or less valuable than the current dollars.
Sustained, unless you got another point to make on that.
I do. The circumstances under which the future dollars would be more valuable than present dollars would be if there was deflation. Is that right, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. I want you to assume, when's the last time that this country went through a period of deflation, Mr. Sullivan?
I'm not an economist, so I really, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't speak to that.
All right. Well, I'll ask you the hypothetical question. I ask you to assume that we continue to not experience any deflation going forward in the next few years. So you agree with that?
Well,
will you agree to make that assumption and answer my question?
Mr. Chairman, these are assuming facts, not in evidence. I'd make an objection.
Sustained,
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard?
I guess.
Mr. Parcell, who was the witness on this subject, made no mention of this. He agreed that future dollars were less valuable than present dollars. And I can ask a hypothetical question of a witness.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Go right ahead.
Some of this line of questioning was better served from Mr. Parcells, who was the expert on some of these issues.
Counsel and I just talked about that and said that should have been asked of Mr. Parcell, and he's already said he didn't know. So
I'll move on, Mr. Chairman.
thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, are you familiar with the testimony that's been given in this case about the company's gain on the condemnation of the I-20 system?
Yes, I remember you bringing it up as a preliminary matter, and then witness DeStefano testifying to some aspects of the I-20 condemnation.
Did you hear Mr. DeStefano talk about the accounting treatment, how the company, for accounting purposes, treated that gain?
Yes.
Do you understand that the gain was booked to account 421 under the Uniform System of Accounts?
I believe that's the testimony I heard from DeStefano. It wasn't something that I verified. My knowledge of I-20 going back to the last case is that it was removed as part of the last docket from the consideration of the setting of rates. Therefore, any revenue, expense, or rate base related item with I-20 was removed. There were a lot of adjustments in that case to remove all the effects of I-20.
Okay. So, well, you got ahead on my list of questions. I appreciate that. But just to clarify, the system was, in the previous rate case, the entire I-20 system was removed from the company's books. Is that right, sir?
It's part of the application
Right.
from Carolina Water Service. Then, yes, the effects of I-20 were removed from the rate increase.
So all of that investment was taken out of rate base, for example. That was one of the adjustments, right, sir?
Correct. Rate base, associated expenses such as maintenance, property taxes, and also the revenues associated.
And the effect of those adjustments was that customers were no longer paying in rates either any return on the investment or any costs associated with the I-20 system. Is that right, sir?
That was the intent of the adjustments in that case.
And is that something that ORS reviewed and agreed on?
Yes, we did. And I can't remember if we had any additional adjustments, but yes, we would have reviewed those adjustments. And if we had found some other items related to I-20, we would have recommended they be removed also.
Okay. Mr. DeStefano asked about the, excuse me, he didn't ask about it. He testified that the gain was booked in an account below the line. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
In this context, what does below the line mean, Mr. Sullivan?
Below the line means it's not included for recovery, or it's not part of the rate setting process.
And does that mean that if there had been a loss as a result on that investment, as a result of the condemnation action, the customers would not have borne any portion of that loss?
As long as that loss was recorded below the line, yes, sir.
Okay. And does ORS agree that the gain, with the accounting treatment that recorded that gain as below the line?
I believe the company's treatment of the I-20 system is appropriate.
Thank you.
And I just want to make sure I get this out on the record. The numbers that Mr. DeStefano testified to in regards to the gain the company realized, in regards to the litigation expenses they experienced, I have performed no evaluation or analysis of those figures.
And ORS didn't look into that because it wasn't relevant to what was being addressed in this case. Is that right, sir?
That would be correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Ellerby. Commissioners. Commissioner Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, I'd like to direct you to your direct testimony dated January 23rd, 2020, page 15, beginning at line 15. Do you see that?
That'd be adjustment 21C?
Yes, sir. I had a follow-up question about that. In adjustment 21C, you stated that ORS reclassified legal expenses incurred by Blue Granite related to 2 dockets which were filed and withdrawn by the company. You reclassified these expenses from test year legal expenses to current rate case expenses. And my question is, why would ORS recommend allowing inclusion of these expenses in the rate case when the legal expenses are related to dockets withdrawn by the company?
Our position on that is both of those dockets, although they were withdrawn, the first docket, the 2018 358 WS, was what the company calls pass-through mechanism. We refer to an annual rate adjustment mechanism. That docket was to try to establish whether the company should be allowed to pursue an annual rate adjustment mechanism. They withdrew that docket, but now that has become part of this docket. And so therefore, even though they withdrew the cost incurred by the company to put formulate their application, formulate their position, et cetera, is now being heard as part of this docket. The second is the Let's tank. It's the same situation where now we are handling a change in the Let's, or pumping interceptor tanks is changing the tariff and how that is to be recovered from ratepayers. That has now become an item for discussion in this docket.
Well, don't we still have a duty to determine the prudence of these expenditures by the company?
ORS determined that they were prudently incurred expenses, and that's why we've included them in our adjustment. And essentially what we've done, I just want to elaborate, by removing it out of the test year where those expenses were included at 100% dollar for dollar, by moving those or reclassifying those expenses to the rate case expense adjustment, which this adjustment now is proposed to be amortized over 3 years. It actually spreads the cost out to the customer over a longer period of time instead of them getting the entire expense in 1 year.
I would ask you about cost allocations and affiliate transactions. NARUC has a approved guideline for cost allocations and affiliate transactions for regulated utilities. It's my understanding that the prevailing premise is that allocation methods should not result in subsidization of non-regulated services or products by regulated entities, unless authorized by the Commission. In that regard, did ORS obtain the company's cost allocation manual indexing a compilation of their cost allocation policies and procedures?
Yes, sir, we did, and we spent a extended amount of time looking at that cost allocation manual. That cost allocation manual details out the services to be performed for from CoreX to WSC. It expands and describes the services, the scope of services for WSC to perform for the subsidiaries such as Blue Granite or the companies that it serves. We ensured that the cost allocation manual, how it spells out and details out how those costs are to be allocated, that the company actually followed how those allocation methodologies are spelled out and detailed in the cost allocation manual. So yes, sir, we did.
Did that include a look at the Charlotte office rent expense that was not included by the company in its application?
It did not. But, as I alluded to in my summary, that weren't aware of that being something that ORS needed to examine until we saw the rebuttal testimony of witness DeStefano.
How do you suggest the Commission deal with that issue?
Well, ORS's position in this case is for it not to be included.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bizzino, I'm going to ask you this question, but I'll welcome any input from Mr. Jackson or Mr. Sullivan. And it has to do with the move to the Greenville office from the Columbia office. And there's been some testimony during this hearing that might have been for convenience and not for the good of the ratepayer. Have you got any thoughts on this? I know you did the auditing and the work.
I hold no opinion on this subject.
All right, can you tell me the difference that costs to operate the Greenville office as what was paid for operating the Columbia office?
I don't have the exact figures, but we did have an ORS audit request, and I don't remember the number of the requests where we asked for the operating expenses of the Columbia office in comparison to the operating expenses of the Greenville office. We were provided that information. It's kind of a apples to orange, I hate to say that, apples to orange comparison, because the building in West Columbia was owned by the company versus the area, the office that they're currently in Greenville is leased. And as part of that lease expense, operating expenses is included in the lease expense versus the building they owned here. Obviously, they had to pay for those separately. We looked at that and we didn't find any, really any discrepancies in the operating expenses.
Do they still maintain and have the Columbia office?
No, sir. That is no longer included in rate base, and from my understanding, they did own it. It's no longer included in this case in rate base. It's been removed, so therefore it hasn't been included in the setting or the termination of the revenue requirement in this case. I believe they've subsequently sold that building.
You have no idea of what they receive from it. Usually we get requests when companies ask to sell property. I don't recall this being before this commission.
Once it was removed out from rate base, we had another data request. I'm sorry, I can't point you to the exact number, but we did have another data request asking, and we were just told it was subsequently sold, and we didn't pursue any further since that office is not included in the determination of the revenue requirement in this case.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the company for a pre-filed or late filed exhibit to let us know what, I think normally we're supposed to know when they sell a piece of their property, don't we? We've seemed to find several things in this hearing that was done without the commission being aware of it.
Mr. Ellerby.
We will file a late filed exhibit describing the sale. Mr. Sullivan has responded, I think appropriately, that it was not utility property. So that is maybe the distinction. Yes, sir. We're going to provide the information.
Thank you.
Just explaining why.
Thank you, Mr. Ellerby.
I think that's true too, that we would need the lease expenses. What, are they in your record that we can find out what they're paying for the lease in the Greenville office at this time?
I can provide you that number right now if you would like.
Okay, that would be
If you
great.
give me a second to turn to that. I don't believe it's confidential. Let me make sure when I look at it. No, I don't see where the company is labeled it confidential. The Greenville office, the rent annual rate, so the annual rate is $84,684 a year. Now that was the company's proposed inclusion of rent. ORS made our adjustment to rent to remove out a portion of that for the two employees that we said weren't performing 100% of the duties. So what ORS has included in our adjustment is $73,665 for the Greenville office.
Ms. Sullivan asked you one more question. Have they increased the number of employees, taking out the two that you've already? Is there any difference in the number of employees they had in the Columbia office to what they have in the Greenville office?
I'm not sure if maybe the next panel might be the appropriate panel to ask that question, because I can't remember exactly the number of employees they had at the Columbia office compared to what they now have in Greenville, but maybe the next panel can recall that.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going on that last question from Commissioner Hamilton, do you have work papers that indicate how many employees? Are there work papers somewhere that y'all have a number of employees to be able to answer that question?
For the Columbia office?
He's asking about the Greenville office.
No, the Greenville office, yes, we were provided with a roster of employees that actually occupy, 10 employees that occupy the Greenville office.
But you don't, y'all can't tell if that's an increase from the last rate or for what was in the,
I would be surprised if that question was not asked by, as I allude, the next panel as part of their analysis of the Greenville office, but
Okay.
I don't remember that information, specifically looking at that information, Commissioner.
thank you. I want to ask about rate case expenses briefly. Is there a schedule anywhere detailing the components that are in ORS's rate case expense adjustment?
There is not a schedule in the record or proposed as an exhibit, but I can also provide those numbers if you would like.
You'd give those to me, please.
So we have, essentially, we have three components. We have $232,435 associated with the 2017 rehearing, not the original hearing, but the rehearing. We have a net $116,608 remaining from the original hearing and any prior unamortized rate case expenses from the 2015 docket, because what was done in the last case was to take the unamortized balance from the 2015, add that to the cost of the 2017 docket case, and then propose a new amortization expense going forward. So that's the total of unamortized costs for prior rate cases is $349,043. Currently, ORS has included $145,148 for the cost of the current case. So our total rate case expense for our for my revised audit, surrebuttal audit exhibits is a total of $494,191, amortized every 3 years for an amortization expense of $164,730.
Okay, with the amount included for rehearing, is that from the last rate case?
Yes, it was the actual part of the rehearing part of that case.
Is that amount being sought in any other proceeding? Is it being asked for recovery in any other pending matter?
No, this is not to my knowledge. This is just those several issues from the 2017 case. Those several issues that we had there was a rehearing scheduled for in that 2017 docket. So I'm guessing you're asking if it's associated with any other litigation?
Is recovery of that amount being requested in any other matter?
Not that I'm aware. It's being requested as part of this docket.
Thank you. With regard to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act credit, that's how it's being proposed, is it not?
It's going to be a one-time credit. I'm sorry, I'd have to go back. It was $10 and.
Right, but I want to talk about the mechanism. It's being proposed as a credit, is that correct?
So it would my understanding is that it would show up on the customer's bills, and that's per account. So if you were a water and sewer customer, then you would see $20 or $21 as a credit on your bill.
Well, what about customers that paid into that and may not be on the system anymore? Will they receive a refund?
Not sure.
And what about new customers that have come on and hadn't paid it? Are they going to get the benefit of?
Maybe the company could testify to that better, more than I can. But we figured out the credit based on new updated customer numbers. So I would assume it would include new customers too, and excludes old customers. But again, I don't know if that was specified.
saw Mr. Sullivan for the moment. Mr. Brazino, how are you today?
Doing well. How are you, Commissioner?
I'm fine, thank you. With regard to the purchase water and sewer deferral amortizations, ORS is proposing to amortize the deferrals through the end of April. Is that correct?
We ran the prior approved deferrals through the end of April and then started fresh with the new deferrals on top of that.
Okay. I'm just wondering, does running it through the end of April, does that require estimating a portion of the deferral?
Technically, no, it's a known and measurable amount. Because you've amortized it over 3 years, you know exactly how much money it's going to be for every month.
Okay, this is just the deferral account as it existed at the end of the test year? Is that
It's
correct?
been updated beyond that point.
Okay, what's it updated through?
The actual deferral charges were ran through December 18, 2019 for all the new deferrals, and then we amortized all of the old deferrals through the end of April.
But that, I reckon my concern is that period between what you're saying is, what, December 18 to April 30th. You're not including.
There's no estimates included in that.
Okay, that's just what I want to check on. With regard to the Clearwater Solutions contract, did ORS review that contract?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
During this case?
It's that when y'all were provided a copy of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to this rate case, was ORS aware of the contract with Clearwater Solutions?
There may be someone else in the agency that was made aware of it, but I personally have no knowledge of it before this rate case.
Anybody on this panel aware of it before the rate case? Yes or no?
I'm trying to make sure I give an honest answer. No, I do not recall.
Thank you. Mr. Brazino, your, I think you already answered that. On page 7 of your direct testimony, lines 1 through 4, you're discussing ORS's proposal to amortize the I-20 Interconnect Phase 2, 2016 storm costs, Hurricane Florence storm cost balances through April 30th, 2020, due to new rates going into effect in May 2020. Tell me what you're talking about. Explain that to me.
Those are items that you can see when you look at my actual audit exhibit. So each of those details those specific items. Those items were previously approved, so they were being amortized. We continued to run those amortizations through the end of April.
Okay, and then what? Then you're going to recalculate based on new rates, or?
No, ma'am. They continue to be amortized after that point. Some of them had some changes that occurred to them, specifically just recalculating some of the company's numbers. There was a wrong number used in their calculation of one of those balances when they started it. So there was a little bit of fixing on that point. But everything was brought forward to the point when new rates would go into effect.
Okay, and the new rates, you're talking about the rates that will be set in this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your exhibit, has ORS allowed any legal expenses which the commission is addressing recovery from other dockets or proceedings?
Not to my knowledge.
In your revised rebuttal testimony, you had to update amortization periods for decommissioned plants to correct formula errors. And I just want to be clear, the updated amortization periods are Can you give me those new amortization periods?
Yes, ma'am. For the Stonegate Water Treatment Plant, ORS is proposing 29.64 years. And for the Fryersgate Wastewater Treatment Plant, ORS is proposing 31.12 years.
Okay. In your adjustment 24 on depreciation expense, and I think it's in your direct on page 10, maybe? Notes.
Yes, ma'am.
You state that ORS proposes to include depreciation expense associated with the Indian Pines Extraordinary Retirement, Purdy Shores, and Foxwood Retirement, and engineering expenses from prior rate cases. Did Blue Granite propose any of those depreciation expenses which you included?
They did not propose it as part of their application, but they did not contest it as part of their rebuttal.
With regard to adjustment 34A, the unamortized balance for deferred maintenance, wastewater treatment plant recoding, and hydro inspections. Did any of these charges, were any of these charges in that deferred maintenance included after the test year?
All of it was after the test year.
All the wastewater treatment plant recoding and the hydro inspections were all conducted after the test year?
Yes, ma'am, but only the hydro tank inspections were included by ORS because the company did not provide anything to us by the cutoff date for the tank recoding.
Thank you. I think that's it. Not gonna leave you out, Mr. Jackson. In your adjustment 14, salaries and wages, can you tell me how many employees are covered by that adjustment? I'm under salaries and wages under general expenses.
For 100% for Blue Granite, it was 27 employees. I think it was the Atlantic, there's 8 employees, and that's about 34% allocated to Blue Granite. And then there's about, I think it was 60 from WSC, that's 10% allocated.
60 employees at 10% allocation?
I believe that's right.
Mr. Sullivan, you look like you wanted to add something.
Well, I just wanted, and maybe I'm wrong, and Chad could tell me I shouldn't answer, but I think you asked specifically for general.
Yeah.
And I did.
Well, this
that
is
was yours
your
specifically
adjustment 14,
general?
and I think it's your general, I think it's salary and wages under general expenses. I may be wrong on that.
General expense.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if Mr. Jackson was giving you the total for general and maintenance employees.
Oh, yeah, it was.
You were. So I think, yeah, that.
Sorry, you were or you were not?
Were. Well,
You
yeah, I
was? All right. Let's start again. Your adjustment 14 is salaries and wages for general. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So how many employees are covered by that adjustment?
I have to count real fast. Hold on 1 second. We had 6 to Blue Granite, 100%, and 6 for the Atlantic Division, 701. Yeah. So I guess that's 12. Plus all of WSC, which is 10% allocated there.
All right. Now, this is y'all's record, so tell me what you're talking about when you're talking about allocation.
Right. Okay. So there's 6 employees that were for general that were 100% allocated. Their entire salary was allocated to Blue Granite, and 6 from the Atlantic Division, which it's allocated 34% of their costs.
Okay.
And then all of the WSC salaries, which is only 10% of their salaries, allocated to Blue Granite.
And how many employees, and this may be the same, but how many employees did ORS verify as of October 31, 2019, which is, I think, the date you used?
Right, October 31st. How many employees are 100%?
Well, just, is that the same number? That's the number?
Those are the numbers I gave earlier.
Okay.
The total employees.
Sorry, that you gave, and that's the number of employees you verified at the date, October.
Right,
end of
October 31st. Correct.
When was the post-test year wage increase effective? was some testimony.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, let me get to in your adjustment 14, I think you indicated that, the updated, I'm on page 5 of your direct, lines 6 through 8. The updated payroll information includes salary and wage increases granted since the end of the test year.
Right. So
Removal of terminated employees and the addition of new employees hired since. So when was the,
right. The difference was between June 30th, which was the company's numbers, to October 31st, which was the updated information.
okay, so
So
when
anything-
when was the increase effective? Do you have a date?
No, they're not.
Does ORS review the reasonableness of the number of employees and the salaries paid to those employees? Does ORS,
As part of the audit department, we didn't see anything out of line in regards to the number of employees or any no unreasonable salaries as part of this docket.
as I'm reading this adjustment, this is $538,807 increase from test year per books. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why is it so much? What's the driver?
I'm not really sure what the driver would be. I mean, it's just, Daniel, would you be able to answer that?
Just it's an increase in general employees, office type employees that perform billing, accounting, services like that. I will note, the overall, if you look at the maintenance, the overall, that was a reduction in salaries of 1.3, almost 1.35 million.
Thank you for that. Mr. Jackson, let's talk about service awards. Typically, what are service awards?
Service awards in this case were the length of service that they were at the company. They were awarded something for that.
Who got the 65-inch LED curved Samsung television?
I don't think I can tell you the employee, but
And who got the 1.15 carat diamond ring?
I can tell you the exact employee.
Did you review witness Stefano's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Did he indicate that this adjustment was one that Blue Granite agreed to?
I think it was company witness Denton did not agree to it. In his
Well, I just went
rebuttal.
through the list that Mr. DeStefano said we're in agreement here and we're not in agreement here. So.
Right, they agreed with all of them except for the length of service awards. Right.
And ORS removed the television and the diamond ring, right?
We removed that, yes.
Okay. And you said you couldn't provide me the names. Are those is that under confidentiality agreement? Is that why you can't
Yeah, I
provide
believe
it? So the company wants recovery of these expenses, but then doesn't want people to know where it's going. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
I mean,
From ORS's perspective, it really didn't matter who got the TV or the ring.
I understand.
We,
more the
we just
principle of
were not going.
I'm
we didn't
just
feel
amazed at a utility buying a diamond ring for somebody. So, let's look at adjustment 21B, please. And there seem to be several items lumped into this one adjustment. AMI data support, York County franchise fees, and York County asset lease. Is there, can you break out each component and the amount for each component for me?
Yes, hold on one second. Let me get the All right, the data support for the Lake Wiley Neptune AMI, that system was $15,000. The York County franchise fee was $3,916. And the main portion of that was the York County asset lease, which was $195,815.
And what is that, York County asset lease cover?
The asset lease is for them using their.
All right, please define them and their.
Sorry, yeah, it's Blue Granite. Mr. Sullivan, could you?
Yeah, I can do
That's
it
fine.
quickly.
Sorry.
It's for use, paying them for use of the system, for supplying the water.
Them.
Oh, sorry, I'm doing us and them too. York County providing the water to Blue Granite.
So
So it covers the facilities.
Blue Granite is paying York County $195,000 for the lease, under the lease?
Correct, for facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for this panel. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Commissioner Belzer. Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Irvin.
Mr. Sullivan, did you all look at the reasonableness of the $195,000 lease agreement in terms of what's reasonable and prudent?
No, I did not, per se, did not. It was, we have the contract that was executed between York County and Blue Granite that was supplied to us, and that supported the figures that Blue Granite had included in its application. We've included them.
When you learned that a regulated utility has failed to comply with commission regulations because they failed to submit the a contract for prior approval, what if anything does ORS do to call that to the utility's attention? Or
to be honest, Commissioner, I'm not sure. I wasn't aware that the company hadn't filed that with the commission, and I'm from a legal perspective, I'm not sure what contracts are supposed to be provided to the commission for prior approval. Because there's a lot of contracts in these utilities on a day-to-day basis for lease of equipment, or so I would defer to my legal staff.
all right, we're going to hear from them later about that. I'm just interested from a big picture standpoint. Is this something that ORS legal staff should be looking at? Because we don't normally get, wouldn't see it first. I guess you'd see it first in a rate case.
Commissioner,
yes, sir.
I hate to jump in. I know this question was directed to the panel. The following panel can address this.
Okay, good. We'll defer it to
some detail, but the legal staff certainly knows.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Irvin. Any others? Okay, any redirect? Mr. Bateman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, briefly. Mr. Sullivan, I have a few questions, or a couple questions for you regarding tank inspection that Mr. Ellaby was asking you about earlier. What did the company classify the tank inspection as in its application?
A maintenance expense.
An expense, is that correct?
Yeah, deferred maintenance expense.
And is the ORS adjustment consistent with prior commission orders?
Yes, it is.
And regarding, I believe Commissioner Irvin early on asked you about the rate case expenses from the two previous dockets, the Let's Tanks docket and the annual rate adjustment mechanism docket. While ORS does not contest those rate case expenses, does ORS believe that that mechanism, as proposed by the company, is reasonable?
That's not my testimony, but I believe it's will be the testimony of the next panel.
And similarly, the Let's Tank. Does ORS believe that the Let's Tank proposal as submitted by the company is reasonable?
I believe the next panel will testify on that too, and I believe that main issue is more in regards to customer protections.
That's right.
Consumer protections, either way.
That's right. And I wanted to ensure, Commissioner Belser, you had a couple questions on the breakdown of rate case expenses. Mr. Sullivan has all that data. Would you like any additional? Okay. That's it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any recross?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask just a question or two about following up on commissioner questions to clarify something.
Mr. Chairman, to the extent Mr. Ellaby's questions relate to something outside what I posed in my redirect, I believe that's not permissible. Additionally, Mr. Huber was denied the ability to ask questions that went outside the redirect early on in this hearing, and I'd object.
Okay. So what are you asking on, Mr. Ellaby, again? Let's make sure. I want to make sure with counsel.
I wanted to follow up on a commissioner question relating to the service awards, that the television and the diamond ring, much as I don't really want to talk about those things.
Mr. Chairman, as much as I want Mr. Ellerby to talk about the television and diamond ring, I would renew my objection.
Okay. Mr. Ellerby, we are going to deny that question because it's beyond the redirect, so we're going to sustain that. Thank you. Mr. Knowlton.
Thank you. Just one quick question for this panel. On Friday, I spent considerable time asking Mr. DeStefano questions about the amount of the York County pass-through increase, some $4.5 million. Do you have any knowledge of those?
I've got an objection, Mr. Chairman. This is way outside the scope of the redirect. Thank you.
Sustained. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here, and you may step down. Before we get to the next panel, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, let's call the next panel. Mr. Huber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, ORS calls its second panel of 3 witnesses, Mr. Brandon S. Bickley, Dr. Kyle D. Maurer, Mr. Anthony M. Sandinato of the ORS Energy Operations Department. And again, we appreciate the Commission's consent to present these witnesses as a panel. Mr. Bickley, would you please state your name and occupation?
Yes, my name is Brandon Bickley. I work for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff as a regulatory analyst.
Are you the same Brandon Bickley who pre-filed 22 pages of direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I have one minor change to my direct testimony.
What is that change?
It is a typo. On page 7 of 22 in my direct testimony, line 9, the sentence reads scheduled completed. It should read scheduled and completed.
Aside from that change, if I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Bickley's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bickley's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bickley, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit labeled BSB-1, which was filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that witness Bickley's exhibit labeled BSB-1 be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Bickley's exhibit BSB-1 will be entered as hearing exhibit number 37.
Mr. Bickley, are you also the same Brandon Bickley who pre-filed 12 pages of surrebuttal testimony in this case on February 14th, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Bickley's surrebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bickley's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bickley, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit labeled surrebuttal exhibit BSB-1, which was filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that the one exhibit labeled surrebuttal exhibit BSB-1 be marked for identification, entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Bickley's surrebuttal exhibit BSB-1 will be entered as exhibit number 38.
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the Commission, similar to the prior panel, we have a brief question and answer summary of Mr. Bickley's direct and surrebuttal testimonies to present.
That's fine.
Mr. Bickley, please identify the areas you address in your testimony related to your review of the company's application.
My testimony addresses 4 specific areas of the company's application: solids interceptor tanks, or LETS tanks, the proposed Roundup program, normalization of storm costs for the test year, and the proposed storm reserve fund.
Has the company proposed to change the tariff language regarding LETS tanks?
Yes, the company has proposed to change the tariff language from a flat charge of $150 to the actual cost to access, pump, and service the tanks.
Does the company's proposal include any alternative options for customers?
Neither the current tariff nor the company's proposal contains alternative options for customers, such as allowing customers to obtain quotes from qualified applicable third-party vendors.
Has the Commission allowed the customer to choose its service provider in other situations?
Yes, Previously, the Commission allowed for customer choice regarding maintenance of a component on a customer's property. Total Environmental Solutions, Inc. and the Foxwood Property Owners Association had a similar situation with grinder pump service. Commission Order Number 2008-492 gave customers the option to either allow the utility to repair and maintain grinder pumps at the customer's expense or have each customer maintain their own grinder pump with utility oversight. Customers would only pay for actual cost of the third-party vendors with no additional charges to the utility.
Mr. Bickley, please summarize ORS's recommendation regarding the proposed tariff language change for LETS tanks.
ORS recommends that the company offer customers the option to obtain and compare quotes from the company and from third parties. If a customer chooses the company, then the company should obtain the customer's approval prior to performing work, and the charge to the customer should not exceed the quote. If a customer chooses a third party, then the customer should provide proof that the services were performed, and the company may oversee and inspect the work at no charge to the customer. ORS recommends that the proposed tariff language in Surrebuttal Exhibit BSB-1 be adopted, which also includes emergency conditions and requirements for third-party vendors. ORS's recommendations empower customers by expanding customer choice, while also providing a level of protection for both customers and the company, and still keeping the company whole.
Mr. Bickley, is the company's proposed Roundup program optional or mandatory?
The company's proposed Roundup program is an optional program. It is not mandatory.
Is the company requesting that all customers pay for implementation costs and communication costs regardless of if they choose to participate or not?
Yes, all customers would, under the company's proposal, mandatorily pay for the costs.
How much assistance does the proposed Roundup program offer customers?
The proposed Roundup program only helps to offset a portion of a qualifying customer's Blue Granite Water Company bills. At most, the proposal would provide a $50 one-time during the program year. Or provide $50 one time during the program year.
Please summarize ORS's recommendations regarding the proposed Roundup program.
ORS recommends that the company's proposed Roundup program be modified to prevent costs of the voluntary program being mandated on all customers. These are estimated costs that do not contribute to the company's ability to provide safe and reliable service.
Regarding normalization of storm costs, please summarize your review.
ORS reviewed the company's past 10 years of storm restoration costs. Using a 10-year average, and after removing the high and low values, ORS's review found the average yearly storm cost to be $28,320.51.
What is ORS's recommendation regarding normalization of storm costs?
ORS recommends a normalization adjustment of $23,481. This method of normalization of storm costs more accurately reflects the expected storm costs for each year.
Has this method previously been approved by the Commission?
Yes.
Regarding the proposed Storm Reserve Fund, does the company's proposal outline any guidelines for company access to the fund?
No. The company's proposal would allow unrestricted use of the fund once the company's incurred storm costs exceeded the approved base rate recovery level. For example, should the Commission approve ORS's recommendation for storm normalization, the company would have access to the fund once the company had incurred $28,321 in storm damage.
Does the company's historical data show a need for a $200,000 storm reserve fund?
With the exception of Hurricanes Michael and Florence, the company has not had a history of extraordinary storm costs over the past 10 years. The company was granted deferred accounting treatment for the cost related to those storms, which is an acceptable method to recover costs that has been approved by this Commission.
Are the customer protections related to the proposed fund adequate?
No. The company's proposal contains inadequate customer protections. The proposal does not contain any strict procedures for use, access, or operation of the fund. As proposed, the fund would not bear interest, would not be held in account by Blue Granite Water Company, and it would not be offset against the company's rate base. No evidence has been presented that shows how the proposed fund would increase service reliability.
Please summarize ORS's recommendations related to the proposed storm reserve fund.
If approved, ORS recommends the fund be modified to include sufficient customer protections, such as only allowing use of the fund for named storms, use of the fund if the company's insurance does not extend to cover all costs of a named storm, and the company should report the status of the fund annually. Additionally, ORS recommends an amount that is significantly lower than $200,000 that is based on historical data instead of two infrequent and extraordinary events. Also, ORS recommends detailed procedures for use that transparently outline how the fund will be used and that the fund be subject to a reduction to rate base. Additionally, ORS recommends that if the fund were approved, funds should be kept in an account managed by Blue Granite Water Company to avoid any potential risk of commingling funds from other affiliates and only be accessed when the parameters for doing so are met.
Please summarize your major points for each of your areas of review.
To conclude, ORS believes that more options and protections should be allowed for customers with LETS tanks. ORS has made recommendations that provide for customer choice while protecting both the company and the customer. Regarding the proposed Roundup program, if approved, a voluntary program should not result in mandatory costs for all customers. Concerning storm normalization, ORS recommends a more accurate normalization of storm costs. Finally, if approved, the proposed storm reserve fund should be significantly modified for the protection of customers.
Thank you, Mr. Bickley. Dr. Maurer, would you please state your name and occupation?
Yes, my name is Kyle D. Maurer Sr. I'm employed by the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff in the Water Operations Department as the Deputy Director.
Are you the same Dr. Kyle D. Maurer Sr. who pre-filed 14 pages of direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Dr. Maurer's direct testimony be entered into the records if given orally from the stand.
Dr. Maurer's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Dr. Maurer, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared two exhibits labeled KDM-1 through KDM-2, which were filed with the Commission as attachments to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your exhibits?
No.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that witness Maurer's exhibits labeled KDM-1 through KDM-2 be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
Dr. Maurer's exhibits KDM 1 and 2 will be entered as exhibit number 39.
Dr. Maurer, are you the same Dr. Kyle D. Maurer Sr. who pre-filed 9 pages of surrebuttal testimony on February 14th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you have changes to your surrebuttal testimony that are reflected in your revised surrebuttal testimony you filed?
Yes.
Are you the same Dr. Maurer who pre-filed 10 pages of revised surrebuttal testimony in this case on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony?
No.
If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Dr. Maurer's revised surrebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Dr. Maurer's revised pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 exhibits labeled Surrebuttal Exhibit KDM-1 and Surrebuttal Exhibit KDM-2, which were filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to these exhibits?
No.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that the 2 exhibits labeled Surrebuttal Exhibit KDM-1 and KDM-2 be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
The 2 exhibits, surrebuttal KDM 1 and 2, will be entered as exhibit number 40.
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the Commission, we also have a brief question and answer summary of Dr. Maurer's direct and revised surrebuttal testimonies to present.
Yes.
Dr. Maurer, what topics do you address in your testimony?
My testimony addresses the following items: ORS's proposed adjustment to purchase water expenses for non-revenue water, ORS's proposed adjustment to the purchased water deferral account for non-revenue water, ORS's proposed adjustment to Blue Granite's office capital upgrades, and ORS's recommendation regarding the equalization basin portion of the Friars Gate interconnection project.
Of these, which are in dispute?
ORS's proposed adjustments relating to non-revenue water and to Blue Granite's office capital upgrades remain in dispute.
Dr. Maurer, please explain the adjustments for non-revenue water that you are sponsoring.
ORS recommends an adjustment of $251,311 to reduce the purchased water expenses for service territories 1 and 2, and an adjustment of $50,929 to reduce the purchased water deferral account. These adjustments limit the customer's responsibility for non-revenue water expense to 10% in each subdivision supplied completely by water purchased from third-party providers. For the 5 subdivisions partially served by company wells noted by company witness Mendenhall in his rebuttal testimony, ORS proposes an allocation of non-revenue water costs based on the percentage of total water supplied by third-party providers.
Why did you use a 10% threshold for non-revenue water?
This commission ordered the use of a 10% threshold for non-revenue water in the company's last rate case, and I'm unaware of the commission issuing any other order related to non-revenue water since that case. Until the company can gather sufficient data to identify and propose reasonable system-specific metrics, 10% is a reasonable accepted metric to provide the company with accountability in its operations and also insulates ratepayers from excessive non-revenue water costs.
The company disagrees with ORS that the commission should continue to apply the 10% water threshold established in the last rate case and recommends setting system-specific goals for each system. Has the company proposed system-specific goals or provide sufficient data to set system-specific goals?
No, the company has not provided system-specific data to guide system-specific goals.
Please explain.
ORS requested that the company submit completed water audits for each subdivision operated by the company using American Water Works Association's free water audit software. The company responded that the American Water Works Association software had not been utilized by the company since its last rate case. In lieu of providing the water audit results, the company submitted its water accountability report for all water systems, which the company asserted provided comparable information. Observed data within the water accountability report explained only a small percentage of the actual makeup of total non-revenue water. Without system-specific data to guide system-specific goals, ORS recommends that the commission continue to apply the 10% threshold for all subdivisions as ordered by this commission in the company's last rate case.
You also testify regarding Blue Granite's decision to move its headquarters to Greenville and the upgrades to the Greenville office. What adjustment does ORS recommend in this regard?
ORS recommends an adjustment of $495,206 to remove recovery of the costs associated with the upgrade from ratepayers.
Why does ORS recommend this adjustment?
ORS's position reflects that the company did not provide reasonable justification to merit the large one-time office upgrade expense and that customers did not receive material and quantifiable overall benefits.
Did the company identify any net cost savings from the move to Greenville?
No, the company provided a list of costs from the West Columbia office that would offset some costs from the Greenville lease, but this did not result in a net positive cost benefit for the customers. The lease expense exceeds any cost savings associated with not having the West Columbia office as identified by the company.
What was the company's focus for the relocation?
The company stated their relocation focused on the acquisition and retention of employees.
How did the company evaluate potential office locations?
The company used CBRE reports to evaluate market metrics in Columbia, West Columbia, and Greenville.
Were the comparisons between the 3 locations fair?
No, the reports looked at market metrics within a specified radius from each location. The radius used for Greenville and Columbia was 20 miles, whereas the radius used for West Columbia was only 10 miles.
How would an equal radius affect the comparisons?
ORS asked the company for this information in a discovery request, and the company stated that they no longer had access to the database and were unable to produce profiles at other radii.
Are there any additional reasons you would highlight for the commission that would support disallowance of Blue Granite's office upgrade costs?
Yes, company witness Denton's rebuttal testimony stated that attracting talent in the Columbia market had been extremely difficult due to the legacy brand issues in the market. The company asserts its rebranding and relocation were aimed to alleviate the company's talent acquisition issues, and the company previously represented in filings with the commission that costs to refresh its brand would not be passed on to customers.
Does this conclude your summary?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Mr. Sandonato, would you please state your name and occupation?
My name is Anthony Sandonato, and I'm employed as a Senior Regulatory Manager for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff.
Are you the same Anthony M. Sandonato who pre-filed 25 pages of direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
Do you have any changes or corrections? If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asked that Mr. Sandonato's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sandonato's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sandonato, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 8 exhibits labeled AMS 1 through AMS 8, consisting of 48 pages, which were filed with the Commission as attachments to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your exhibits?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asked that witness Sandonato's exhibits labeled AMS 1 through AMS 8, consisting of 48 pages, be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Sandonato's exhibits AMS 1 through 8 will be entered as composite exhibit number 41.
Mr. Sandonato, are you also the same Anthony M. Sandonato who pre-filed 11 pages of surrebuttal testimony on February 14th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have changes to your surrebuttal testimony that are reflected in your revised surrebuttal testimony you filed?
Yes, I do.
And are you also the same Anthony M. Sandonato who pre-filed 11 pages of revised surrebuttal testimony in this case on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asked that Mr. Sandonato's revised surrebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sandonato's pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sandonato, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit labeled Revised Surrebuttal Exhibit AMS 1, consisting of 7 pages, which was filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed revised surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asked that the exhibit labeled Revised Surrebuttal Exhibit AMS 1, consisting of 7 pages, be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
The revised surrebuttal exhibit AMS 1 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 42.
And Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the Commission, we have a brief question and answer summary of Mr. Sandonato's direct and revised surrebuttal testimonies to present.
That's fine.
Mr. Sandonato, what aspects of ORS's review did you discuss in your direct testimony?
My direct testimony addresses the following items: ORS's review of Blue Granite's compliance with Commission rules and regulations, performance bond requirements, and proposed tariff modifications. I also address ORS's adjustments to service revenue for the test year, ORS's customer growth calculations, and ORS's review of the company's vacancy surveys. I also discuss ORS's proposed amortization rate for the company's recently completed decommissioning projects and associated net book value of related assets. I also discuss the company's proposed rate structure and the company's request for an annual rate adjustment mechanism.
Mr. Sandonato, please detail the items that you discussed as part of your revised surrebuttal testimony for which a dispute remains with the company.
My revised surrebuttal testimony addresses the following items: purchase water and sewer related deferrals and amortization of deferral balances, cost of service, and tariff rate design, and the company's request for an annual rate adjustment mechanism.
Is the company's proposed annual rate adjustment mechanism a pass-through of rates?
No. The company's annual rate adjustment mechanism is not a pass-through of rates. The annual rate adjustment mechanism is designed by the company to recover significant annual expenses with little to no review and inadequate customer protections.
Please explain how a pass-through in rates is different than a pass-through in expenses.
It is important to note that the pass-through of a change in rates is fundamentally different than a pass-through of change in expenses. The company's requested annual rate adjustment mechanism is designed to recover purchased water and wastewater treatment expenses resulting from the corresponding changes in rates from the third-party providers. The company's proposed annual rate adjustment mechanism bases the calculation of the annual rate change to customers on the level of expenses incurred by the company, which includes non-revenue water, changes in customer consumption, and inflow and infiltration. For example, if a third-party water provider increased the purchase water rate by 5 cents per 1,000 gallons and the company was billed for 100 million gallons of water at the updated purchase water rate for the year, then the company's total increase in purchase water expense would be $5,000. If a customer's metered consumption of that 100 million gallons was actually 75 million gallons, customers would pay an additional $3,750 for the year under a dollar-for-dollar pass-through of rates. Under the pass-through of expenses, the company proposes there would be an allocation of the increased purchase water expense to the customer, resulting in them paying for the $3,750 attributed to their actual consumption, plus an additional $1,250 not attributed to their consumption.
Does the company's proposed annual rate adjustment mechanism allow the company to recover all of its purchased water and sewer treatment expenses, including non-revenue water and additional costs that could be attributed to inflow and infiltration?
Yes. The company's proposed annual rate adjustment mechanism allows the company to recover all of its purchased water and sewer treatment costs. The company's annual rate adjustment mechanism, as proposed in its application, did not include adequate customer protections and did not clearly incorporate positions the company later stated it was open to as part of its testimony.
Does ORS oppose a pass-through in rates?
No. ORS has supported and continues to believe that a one-for-one pass-through mechanism that allows a company to increase its commodity charge due to a third-party provider rate increase allows the customers to pay for the actual commodity costs they are using. A one-for-one pass-through mechanism reduces regulatory lag by allowing the company to recover the increase in rates charged by the third-party provider.
Please summarize ORS's recommendation pertaining to the annual rate adjustment mechanism.
ORS recommends that the Commission deny the company's request to establish an annual rate adjustment mechanism. The company's proposed mechanism does not contain consumer protections such as reasonable limitation for company-controlled expenses like non-revenue water and inflow and infiltration, which the company proposes to shift wholly to customers. In addition, as initially proposed in the application, the mechanism did not include notice and opportunity for hearing. The company has since stated that it is willing to provide for notice and opportunity for hearing as part of the annual process if ordered by the Commission. ORS's recommendation will still allow the company to apply for recovery of the additional purchased water and sewer treatment costs in its next rate proceeding.
Should the Commission want to put a mechanism in place to allow the company to more quickly recover increases in third-party water and sewer rates, what would ORS recommend?
If the Commission determines the company should recover its purchased water and sewer treatment charges more quickly than in a general rate proceeding, ORS recommends that any rate the customers pay for purchased water and sewer treatment be established to reflect the actual rate from the third-party provider that provides the service to the customer.
Does the company's proposed rate structure, including the addition of a purchased water charge and sewer treatment charge, improve clarity of the actual cost of the purchased water or sewer treatment costs incurred by each customer?
No. The proposed additional separate charges do not improve clarity, as they do not reflect the actual cost of the purchased water or sewer treatment costs incurred by each customer. until the company is able to provide customers with the actual purchased water or purchased sewer treatment expenses related to the services the customer receives from a third-party provider. Clarity and transparency will not be improved for those customers.
Does ORS believe that the company should continue to work towards consolidating rates?
Yes, ORS believes that the company should continue to work towards a consolidated rate structure. However, ORS does not support the consolidated annual rate adjustment mechanism proposed by the company for reasons discussed in my testimony and previously in this summary.
Does ORS believe the company should complete a cost of service study prior to fundamentally changing its rate structure?
Yes, a cost of service study is essential to determine the proper rate design. Fundamentally, the cost of service study will demonstrate which costs need to be recovered and from which customer classes the cost should be recovered. Due to its importance, ORS recommends the Commission require Blue Granite conduct a cost of service study that coincides with the test year and is included as part of its next rate case. ORS believes that the company should retain its existing rate structure of a base facility charge, a commodity charge based on water consumption for water customers, and a per single-family equivalent charge for sewer customers until the company completes a cost of service study.
Did ORS calculate a revenue requirement based on all of its proposed adjustments?
Yes. ORS's recommended revenue requirement can be seen on revised Sewer Rebuttal Exhibit AMS 1.
Does this conclude your summary?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brickley, Dr. Maurer, and Mr. Sandonato are available for questions from the other parties or from the Commission.
Thank you. Okay, 40 Love, Ms. Valtorta.
I have some questions for Mr. Bickley. Are you one of the persons who formulated the ORS position on Let's tanks?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Were you aware at that time that some of the Let's tanks, like the ones at 40 Love, are owned by the company?
So through our discovery requests, we did determine that approximately half of the Let's tanks are owned by the company per company records, and then the other half are owned by the customers. But which tanks and to which customer that actually owns them, I couldn't say.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. DiStefano told me that at 40 Love, the company owns them. So when you formulated this recommendation, were you also aware of the history of this, that in the beginning, the company would clean these Let's tanks for free? Did you know that?
No, ma'am, I did not know that.
And then there was a period of time when it was totally left up to the customers, and that at the current time, the company will clean them out in case of what they determine an emergency, and that they do not charge us for that. Did you know that?
No, ma'am. So you're saying that was the prior situation?
The situation now is that in our neighborhood, which is what I know, in case of an emergency, the company will clean out the tanks and we don't get charged. But most of the time, it's left up to the customers to clean out those tanks at our expense. And there's no schedule for that.
I think I'm confused. Are you asking about what is ORS's current proposal, or are you telling me what
I'm just wondering
what prior history was?
I'm wondering if you were simply aware of the history of this when you were formulating the ORS proposal.
So when we were formulating the ORS proposal, we were aware of the current tariff language, and that the current tariff states that it's a $150 cap for pumping Let's tanks. When ORS formed its position, we wanted to take into consideration customers who own their tanks and customers who do not. The current tariff language right now as proposed is not adequate due to cost causation principles. So with that in mind, ORS tried to come up with a proposal that was fair for both the company and the customer. Essentially, we were trying to empower customers with choice so that the customer would have the option, similar to what I believe one of your witnesses stated last week, that they had a third-party vendor at some point in time service their tank. ORS's proposal would have customers have that option so that they could either stay with the company if the company proposed a quote that they thought was reasonable, or use a third-party vendor that is qualified to do the work.
Right, and we're in agreement with that, having that option. But I wondered if you were aware that we've never been charged by the company when they've had to come in and clean out the tanks. No one in my neighborhood has been charged by Blue Granite or Carolina Water Service. Did you know that?
No, ma'am.
Because although the $150 cap is there, they have not exercised it, at least at 40 Love.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I am aware of that. I thought you were still talking about prior history before
No.
the test year and before the rate case. I apologize. Yes, ma'am, we were aware that during the test year, the company has essentially suspended charges for the $150 charge.
Right, they haven't done that.
Right.
Now, are they trying to collect charges that they incurred during the test year for cleaning out the tanks?
No, ma'am.
It's just moving forward.
Right, correct. The tariff language proposal is proposed by the company to change the tariff going forward, and ORS has a subsequent proposal. And I do apologize. I was aware that the company had not been collecting those $150 charges.
This would be a new thing for us.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Okay, so you were aware of that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Consumer Affairs. Thank you. Mr. Knowlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ORS witnesses. Mr. Moorer, on page 5 of your testimony, and I don't believe you'll need to turn there, you noted that the company experienced a large increase in the number of subdivisions with more than 10% non-revenue water since the last rate case. In the prior rate case 2017-292 WS, there were 3 subdivisions with more than 10%, but in the current data provided by the company, they are listing 21 subdivisions with more than 10% non-revenue water. Are you aware of any actions that the company has taken, or was there any part of discussion that you had with the company as to why they should be allowed to pass this on to the customer versus actions they had taken?
I do not recall conversations with the company about whether they should or should not be able to pass on non-revenue water costs. I will clarify on page 5 that those 3 subdivisions were the ones that were adjusted in the last case, and here in this case, we were proposing adjustments to a total of 21 subdivisions.
All right. So you're not aware of any action whatsoever by the company to mitigate this situation other than to attempt to pass on the expenses to customers?
I'm aware of projects that the company has undertaken since the last rate case in an attempt to mitigate non-revenue water.
Okay. As a consumer, I'm very interested to know what you think the impact of these might be. Do you have any kind of dollar amount? Can you see why is there such a rise in subdivisions when they have supposedly taken action?
As witness Mendenhall pointed out in his rebuttal testimony, there were a number of subdivisions that were not looked at in the last rate case in terms of going from 3 to 21. Again, my numbers were there to show that there was an adjustment to 3 subdivisions last time. We're looking to make an adjustment to 21 subdivisions this time. I'm unaware of what would have specifically led to the increases in non-revenue water in each of these subdivisions.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sandonato, you testified basically that, if I understood you to say that the current structure of the pass-through rates that are proposed by the company are prejudiced against the customer and favor the company. Was that the general gist of what you said? That it was not equitable, that there were no safeguards for the customer?
Yeah, we believe there are not enough consumer protections included in the proposal.
And would you consider that under the ORS proposal of the one-to-one pass-through ratio mechanism, that if third-party suppliers had the 50% rate increase that we're seeing now, that the customers would react adversely to that? What kind of mechanism would we have in place that rates far beyond the cost of living, inflation, are safeguarded against for those of us that are in a,
Just to clarify, ORS has proposed that the company continue with the current structure of deferring those additional charges. And then we will review those costs as part of the next rate proceeding. In this rate proceeding, we proposed an adjustment for non-revenue water to try and protect those customers from those additional costs.
okay. And then, since you mentioned the additional cost, my final question would be, what do you say as ORS to a company that says, oh, we've had a 50% increase from our third-party suppliers, even though the economy is only growing at 1 or 2%?
We recognize that the company is in a position where it needs to provide service and is hopefully mitigating those costs and being able to continue to do that for its customers.
So do you check their invoices when they present you with invoices that are so far beyond? Yes, okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. Mr. Dover. Thank you. Mr. Kendry. Thank you. Mr. Ellerby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some, I've got questions for Mr. Sandinato, and Mr. Welborn has got questions for Mr. Bickley and Mr. Mauer. So we're gonna split up this panel if that's okay. Mr. Sandinato, I want to talk to you about the pass-through mechanism that the company's proposal has proposed. First of all, and this you've covered this, but let me go back over it. In this case, for recovery in this case, are increased costs from the company's third-party providers of purchased water supplies and wastewater treatment supply, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And ORS has reviewed, as you just told Mr. Knowlton, ORS has reviewed the invoices and reviewed the expenses associated with those third-party contracts and is recommending recovery of those expenses as part of the rates to be approved in this case. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
And those expenses coming from the third-party suppliers are a trend in the overall industry now. Aren't we seeing a lot of companies in this field, water and wastewater, that are experiencing aging infrastructure and need for expansion of plant, increased environmental responsibilities, all of which are causing increases in their expenses?
Yes, it's a trend across the industry.
And of course, as they see those increase in expenses, they've got to raise their rates. Isn't that right, sir?
If they cannot offset the cost of those expenses, then I'd assume so.
Yes, sir. Am I right that with the exception of the non-revenue water issue, that ORS and the company have largely resolved the issues about the recovery of the deferred third-party expenses to be recovered in this case?
Can you repeat that question, please?
With the exception of the non-revenue water issue that Mr. Mauer, Mr. Mendenhall are talking about with the ORS proposal, but with respect to the other issues relating to the pass-through of the deferred third-party expenses that are going to be recovered as part of this case, that the company and ORS have resolved their differences?
Yes, that also includes errors in the company's deferral account where charges were included and removed by witness Brazino.
And we agreed with those changes, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Yes. And those expenses that are going to be recovered in this case will be recovered on a consolidated basis. Is that right, Mr. Sandinato?
Yes, they will.
And of course, it's not completely consolidated yet. Is that right, sir?
That's correct. They still have 2 service territories.
That's right. Two service territories for water and 1 for sewer. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your recommendation and the ORS recommendation that the company continue to move towards consolidated rates. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And, but with respect to these costs, these third-party increases that have been deferred, they will be recovered. All of those increases that impact Water Service Territory 1 will be spread throughout that in every customer in Water Service Territory 1. Is that right, sir?
As the rates are currently designed, yes.
Yes, sir. And as they would, as ORS is supporting recovery for those deferred costs in this case. Is that right, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that was Service Territory 1. Same thing for Water Service Territory 2, and same thing for the Sewer Service Territories, all on a consolidated basis.
Yes.
You have in your direct testimony, you raised at pages 19 through 21, you raised 4 issues with respect to why ORS opposes the pass-through mechanism as proposed by the company. Is that right, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And the first one of those is cross-subsidization and inequity. Our proposal is to pass through those expenses on a consolidated basis. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
Which is the method with respect to the deferred costs. That's what we just talked about it. That's what ORS supports in this case with respect to the deferred costs, right, sir?
We did just discuss that, but we also haven't hit on the lack of transparency for the customer cost, the
yes.
non-revenue water, or the lack of meaningful public participation.
I promise you we're going to get to all 4 of your issues. I wanted to talk about the first one. You apparently want to skip ahead to the others. Okay, so cross-subsidization, since our proposal is to pass through those costs on an annual basis on a consolidated basis, right? Isn't that what we're proposing?
Yes.
And then that pass-through would be done in exactly the same way that the deferred costs are going to be passed through in this case if the commission accepts the ORS proposal.
Can you clarify the ORS proposal?
I'm sorry, what ORS has agreed to in this case with respect to the deferred costs?
Can you ask one more time? I'm trying to understand.
Let's start over. The ORS with respect to the deferred costs from third parties that are part of this case and will be proposed by the company to be recovered, and ORS has agreed they should be recovered. Correct, sir?
Yes, for the deferred charges after we've reviewed all of those costs, we agree.
And they're going to be recovered on a consolidated basis. Right, sir?
Yes.
And under our pass-through mechanism, what we're proposing to do is on an annual basis pass through any annual increases in those third-party costs on a consolidated basis. Is that right, sir?
It would be similar, yes.
Let's talk about transparency. ORS has, as we've just been talking about it, ORS has been able to work through the company's proposal for recovery of deferred costs in this case and do an audit and review it and make a recommendation to this commission as to what's appropriate to be recovered. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And so ORS understands the recovery of these deferred costs. You're able to confirm that, yes, third parties really have charged this, and yes, the company really has paid it, and that it's appropriate to recover that from customers, right, sir?
Yes.
And I know we have a difference about different proposals, competing proposals on with respect to non-revenue water. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
I think that's probably obvious to everybody in here by now. But that's an issue that the commission will have to resolve as part of this case in order to determine what revenues the company should be allowed to recover and what rates that would be set to recover those revenues. The commission is going to have to accept the ORS proposal, which is only a 10% allowance for non-revenue water, or the commission might decide to accept the company's proposals, one of which was to do it on a system-by-system basis, or alternatively, the company, Mr. Mendenhall's testimony said the commission, if the commission wanted to use a flat rate, it would be a 20% allowance for non-revenue water. Did you see that in his testimony?
Yes, I did.
And I didn't do a very good job of summarizing that, but the commission will have to make that call and make a decision that will apply with respect to the issues before it in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
And couldn't the commission also order, in deciding whether it wants to implement the company's pass-through mechanism, couldn't the commission take that decision, 10%, 20%, otherwise, and apply that into the mechanism going forward?
The commission could, yeah.
And then if the commission did decide to do that, ORS could handle that. ORS could do those calculations. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
And that, you talk about it being not as transparent as the KIU and Ocean Lakes pass-through mechanisms in your testimony. Isn't that right, sir?
That's correct.
And of course, Blue Granite is a larger company with operations spread across a much greater geographical area than those two companies. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
So it has a more complex operation, right, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's of necessity, if the company is going to pass through charges to its customers on a consolidated basis, it's going to require a somewhat more complex examination by ORS of an annual proposal. Isn't that right, Mr. Santanati?
Yeah, and I think that's a great point about the company agreeing to do a cost of service study, which it probably would need to do in order to implement a pass-through mechanism.
I don't think I mentioned to pass a cost of service study. Since you didn't answer the question I asked, I guess I'm going to have to ask it again. Isn't it, well, let me ask this question. Are there non-rate case cost recovery mechanisms in, for instance, the electricity area, which is the area you also work in, that are also complicated, Mr. Santanati?
Yes, and I believe you're discussing the annual fuel proceeding, which is statutory?
No, sir, I'm talking about the EEDSM annual proceeding, which is not statutory. Are you familiar with that?
Slightly.
Okay. And that's a complex analysis that requires submission of a lot of information from the company to the ORS. Isn't that right, sir?
I don't work directly on our review for that proceeding.
But you know that, don't you, sir?
I'm familiar that it happens, yes.
And you know that there is a review by ORS and then a notice to customers and an opportunity for a hearing on the any adjustment in the EEDSM rates on an annual basis?
Subject to check, yeah.
And you know that ORS manages to work with the companies on those adjustments on an annual basis and is able to make sure that those increases or decreases are implemented correctly?
Once the companies have worked with the commission to get approval of those programs.
Yes, sir. And that's, of course, what this company is asking the commission to do in this proceeding. Yeah. You mentioned the lack of opportunity for public participation. You understand that the company has indicated its willingness to give notice to customers and provide an opportunity for a hearing on any issues that may be raised that are relevant to the annual adjustment relating to these expenses.
I understand the company has continued to address deficiencies, but I have yet to see a fully proposed structure of what this annual rate adjustment mechanism would look like that incorporated those.
But you do understand that the company has gone on record repeatedly as saying, yes, we would agree to that notice be given to customers and that an opportunity for a hearing be allowed, right?
Yes, I understand the company has said that.
Do you have some doubt about whether, if the commission decides, yes, notice, we ought to have a mechanism that includes notice and an opportunity for hearing, that would be a part of the mechanism?
I have no doubt that the company would do as ordered by the commission.
And ORS could cooperate with a mechanism in that fashion, couldn't it?
Without seeing what the mechanism looks like, I wouldn't be comfortable agreeing.
Well, if the commission orders it, ORS could comply with the commission's order, couldn't it?
Yes.
The ORS proposal is that the company continue to defer expenses, these third-party expenses, and then recover them in a subsequent rate case. Is that right, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And the ORS would propose that that be done with no carrying costs. Isn't that right, Mr. Sandinato?
Yes, that's correct. The company would be deferring these, which are expenses such as purchase power or any other expense that the company incurs. And by us allowing them the deferral and the opportunity to recover costs, the company is being made whole of all the costs that they incur.
But the when you say they're being made whole, that depends on how valuable those future dollars are, doesn't it, Mr. Sandinato?
I'm not an expert on the future dollars.
Yeah, I thought I might hear that from you. But you would agree with me that the recovery of those expenses will be delayed. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's ORS's goal in this proposal, is to delay or slow down the recovery of these expenses that the company will be incurring.
ORS's goal is to ensure that we have the ability to adequately review all of those costs to ensure that nothing additional or exorbitant is being passed on to the customers.
And the question is, should that review be done on an annual basis as part of a pass-through mechanism, as the company has proposed, or at a later time when a full base rates case is brought and submitted to ORS and to the commission for consideration at a later time?
Yes, and we have heard that this company has been in quite frequently, and over the past 10 years, it appears almost every 2 years. And with the cost of service in its next rate case, it would be adequately prepared to address that.
Doesn't, Mr. Sandinato, doesn't the ORS proposal almost ensure that the company has to come in for a full-blown rate case on a very regular basis?
That would be for the company to decide when they can come in for a full-blown rate case.
Well, but you understand that the company has no choice but to spend this money on the third-party increases and pay the increased costs for water and sewer treatment services, right, sir?
I'm going to object here. He's asking the witness to speculate on this.
Sustained.
If the commission were to agree with the company that because of the delay that carrying costs at an appropriate level should be included, Mr. Sandinato, would that mean that at the time when the company does come back in for a rate case, the increases would be more significant?
It could.
And we know that in this case, 40% of the amount that's being sought for recovery by the company relate to increases in third-party expenses from water and sewer treatment services. Is that right, sir?
Yes, and I believe the company specifically highlighted York County's increases, which York County was before us saying that they had a rate freeze until 2026. So,
did you hear that in the actual ordinance that rate freeze was until such time as they decided to unfreeze the rates?
I understand there's moving parts to it.
Yes. And do you understand the principle of gradualism in increasing rates? That's a principle that a regulatory commission ought to pursue, Mr. Sandinato?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree with me that if these costs that can be reviewed and audited by ORS and signed off on by ORS could be passed through on an annual basis, and cost recovery be sped up in that fashion and avoid regulatory lag, which I think is the term you use, that would promote the principle of gradualism in rates?
Without seeing what the increase in third-party providers are, you don't know how the increases would play out.
Yes, but if you had a annual mechanism, ORS would see every year what the cost increases were from third-party providers.
Yes.
And ORS is perfectly competent to review those and decide whether they agreed that the cost had been incurred and should be passed on if the commission were to adopt the mechanism.
Should the commission approve, ORS would review whatever they wish us to.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Welborn now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bickley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your rebuttal testimony, you state that the company hasn't provided data or information supporting the conclusion that the Roundup program would result in lower uncollectible expenses and fewer disconnects and reconnects. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's true that the company hasn't yet implemented the Roundup program, right?
Yes, that's true.
And so without having implemented that program, we don't have the data yet to support those kinds of issues, right?
Yes, that's true.
But wouldn't you agree logically that when you have a group of customers that can't afford to pay their bills and you have a program supporting those customers with funds, that logically, wouldn't you agree that there would be lower uncollectible expenses?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. He's asking the witness to speculate on the same thing that he said there's not sufficient data for.
Mr. Bickley has offered testimony related to this program and to support his proposition that it doesn't follow, I guess, that the program would lower uncollectibles.
His testimony is because there wasn't sufficient data to make a opine on that.
Okay, we're going to sustain that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Storm cost normalization. Mr. Bickley, rather than use the figure proposed by the company, ORS proposed a 10-year storm cost normalization. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in its rebuttal testimony, the company stated that it believed that a 5-year normalization would be more appropriate in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that's what the company stated.
But in your rebuttal, you said that ORS had consistently used a 10-year storm cost normalization, and you cited to the Duke Carolina's rate case. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware at the same time as the Duke Carolina's rate case, there was a Duke Progress rate case going on?
Yes.
And do you recall whether ORS agreed in that case to a 5-year storm cost normalization?
I was not a part of that proceeding. If you pull up the testimony from ORS, ORS's testimony documents a 10-year average. I do understand that that case was stipulated, but I was not a part of that stipulation, and I know that stipulation is going to have many moving parts, so I'm not privy to what all was involved with that discussion.
You're getting ahead of me a little bit, but we'll catch up. Could I get Elmo, please? Could you tell me who the stipulation is between, please?
It says this stipulation is made between the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff, ORS, and Duke Energy Progress, LLC, the company, together, the parties.
I'm not an Elmo expert. Would you mind reading also that yellow highlighted section?
Sure. Regarding adjustment number 22, normalization of storm costs, the parties agree to use a 5-year average, removing the highest 2016 and the lowest 2013 year without any inflation adjustment.
And do you recall how the commission ruled on this issue in that case?
I believe they've ruled in favor.
Would you mind reading that yellow highlighted section for me as well?
We find that the use of a 5-year average, removing the highest 2016 and lowest 2013 year without any inflation adjustment, to be appropriate.
And so the commission approved a 5-year normalization in last year's Duke Progress rate case, right?
Yes,
They found it to be appropriate in that case?
it would seem so. However, in this situation, as I've stated prior, ORS's direct testimony from that rate case utilized the 10-year average. And in this case, ORS does believe that a more accurate prospective method would be to use a 10-year average.
Sure. Are you familiar with Mr. DeStefano's pre-file testimony?
Yes, I am.
And so you saw the table of storm costs that was included with that testimony?
Yes, I did.
What was your proposed storm cost normalization figure again?
The figure was $28,320.51. That was the average. Excuse me, Jess, for the average or the adjustment?
Your adjustment.
Oh, one moment.
Sorry, your storm cost normalization, that $28,000 figure is what I was after. So you're, okay. I think we're communicating. Would that $28,000 figure cover any one of the past 5-year storm costs?
No, it would not. But again, the purpose of a normalization is to project costs going forward. So as you see on that table that you actually have on the Elmo, 2012, the costs were $1,510.19. In 2018, you have the highest charge of $54,716.21. So as I said, the purpose of normalization is to project the cost going forward and to essentially get a good average of those costs. And using a 10-year average per ORS, our recommendation, we believe that gives you a more comprehensive method.
I understand that's your recommendation, but wouldn't you agree that the more recent trend is quite different from the 10-year trend?
Just looking at the 5 years, yes, you can see an increase. However, looking at the 10-year, you get a more prospective method. You get a more reasonable method of looking at storm costs. The company could have proposed using it the last 2 years or the last 3. They used the last 5, of course, but to get enough data sets to give you a comprehensive and reasonable understanding, ORS believes 10 years is a better option.
Thank you for your opinion on that. Mr. Marr, a couple questions for you, and we're going to start basic to get my own bearings. Blue Granite's water pipes, by and large, are buried underground, right?
That's correct.
We'll start there. And do you know about how far water pipes generally are buried underground, 5 or 6 feet, something like that?
Yes, as I recall from the reg, at least 3 feet below the ground.
Okay. And how many linear feet do you think Blue Granite owns or operates? I mean, subject to check, or it's a pretty extensive system, right?
I couldn't speculate on the pipe.
But you would agree that it's not a neighborhood. It's a collection of various systems.
Yeah, the company has many subdivisions that they serve. Yes.
Yeah, and so let's say you have an underground leak in that system. Where would the water go from an underground pipe leaking?
Generally, my understanding is it would go down.
Right. And so if you've got an extensive underground system of water pipes and there's a leak somewhere in that extensive system, the water's going underground, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that it's not a straightforward exercise to identify a leak in a pipe. It's not like, for example, walking under a power line and you see, oh, there's the drop connection. It's a little more involved in that, right?
Generally, leaks would not be apparent.
Right. Thank you. In your testimony, you recommended that annual water audits be conducted by a third party. Is that right?
That was my recommendation, yes.
What would a water audit involve?
In the context of my recommendation, I would be looking for more data to support the infrastructure improvements from the company and give them guidance on what systems are actually experiencing more leaks based on the data that they have.
So, and how would they do that? How would this third party do that?
So I think the third party's role would be to help the company determine the best ways to collect, document, and analyze the data that is, we'll call it, readily available, such as the water supply to the system, the revenue water, and unbilled authorized consumption, such as flushing data.
how much do you think an annual water audit would cost for a system the size of Blue Granite's?
I can't speculate on what that would be. I recall from Mr. Mendenhall's testimony, he gave, I can't remember the exact number, but a large number, and I believe that entailed performing leak detection across the whole system every single year. That's my understanding of what Mr. Mendenhall's testimony was regarding, and I would disagree that that's the first step to getting good water audit data to drive their decisions.
Right, and that would be the purpose, right? To fully comprehensively evaluate the system through a water audit to determine where the issues, what the issues are, and that kind of thing.
Correct, to help guide the company figure out where they need to be looking for leaks.
Yeah, what is ORS's recommended purchase water adjustment in this proceeding?
ORS's purchased water expense adjustment is, in terms of a dollar amount, is that what you're looking for? $251,311.
And you mentioned Mr. Mendenhall's testimony. Do you recall that his rough preliminary estimate for an annual water audit was in the ballpark of $600,000 to $700,000?
I don't recall that number, but I know he gave a table with figures that estimated what the cost to perform leak detection would be.
Now, that was related to leak detection, right? But wouldn't leak detection be just one component of a larger water audit?
That's correct.
Would the water audit, were it to be conducted by the company, end once and for all non-revenue water for the company? Would that fix the problem, in other words?
No, it would not fix the problem.
Right, so that would be sort of a step one, and then, so once you figured out where the leaks are, then you have repair and replacements and those kinds of things that would have to be conducted, is that right?
Yes, assuming that leaks are a major issue in a certain subdivision.
That's right. So let me just recap. It's your testimony that Blue Granite should have a water audit in the ballpark of $600,000 conducted annually as related to a problem that appears to be limited to around $250,000. Does that sound right?
Object.
I'll withdraw the question, Mr.
Mischaracterization.
That's fine. Do you agree, though, Mr. Maurer, that when it comes to non-revenue water, that you have costs and benefits that need to be weighed against each other?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Would you also agree that customers would be responsible for the annual costs of a water audit conducted by this third party?
Yes, those would be expenses of the company.
Do you agree or disagree that the annual water audit should be conducted regardless of the cost to the customer? I mean, you testified earlier that you weren't sure how much it would cost, but you've also testified that you think it should happen. So do you think that it should happen regardless of the cost to customers?
I believe that a water audit is essential to understanding the dynamics of your system in terms of water loss and non-revenue water.
And you recommend a water audit, an annual water audit for the company?
I recommend that the company perform an annual water audit, yes.
We don't know how much it would cost, and it's your testimony that the cost would be passed to customers regardless of how much it ended up being?
Objection. That's mischaracterization.
Please properly characterize the issue for me.
Could you please repeat the question?
Your testimony is that the company should conduct, or have a third party rather, conduct an annual water audit. It is also your testimony that you don't know how much such a water audit would cost. Are you suggesting or proposing that the company have conducted a third party water audit without knowing how much such a water audit would cost?
I believe the assumption that I made in making that recommendation is that a third-party water auditor would help the company determine how to best collect, document, and analyze their data to make decisions moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So we'll switch topics. You have visited the company's current office in Greenville, haven't you?
I have.
Have you visited the former office in West Columbia?
I have not.
Does the address 150 Foster Brothers, did you see that in Discovery, the Foster Brothers office or Foster Brothers address?
I don't recall the specific address.
That's fine. so you haven't been to the former address. Would you mind identifying what you see in this photo? Can you tell what's around the office here?
It appears to be a forested area.
And can you identify what these are? It might be a little bit hard to tell. Would you agree that they look like warehouses?
They appear to be very large buildings.
We've got some shipping containers over here.
Yes, I don't know what those items are, but there are numerous items in that area.
That's fair. Okay. Excuse me. So, do you know? You said that you're familiar with the new office and where it's located in downtown Greenville. With the previous office, can you tell, or do you recall, or do you know whether there are any restaurants or places to get coffee within walking distance of the former office?
I am unaware as to the location of restaurants relative to the old office.
That's fine. I know ORS asked about this in Discovery, and we talked about it actually a little bit earlier today. Do you remember how many employees worked out of the former office?
I believe that was addressed by Mr. Denton in his rebuttal testimony.
I'll help you out. Does about 7 sound right?
That's subject to check. That sounds right.
Yeah. And of those 7, I don't know if this came up in Discovery or not. Of those 7, do you recall how many actually lived within West Columbia?
I do not. I recall the company noting that there were folks that had to drive a little ways to get to the office.
So if I helped you, what does one employee living in West Columbia, does that sound familiar, or does that stretch too far?
I don't recall.
That's
well
fine.
Lived in West Columbia.
And this was also in ORS's Discovery. Do you know how many square feet were in the company's previous building?
I don't recall the exact number. Again, that was in Mr. Denton's rebuttal testimony.
That's fine. Does about 4,000 sound right?
That sounds
Something
about
like
right.
that. And do you know how many square feet are in the company's current office location?
Again, I believe that was in Mr. Denton's rebuttal testimony.
Subject to check, though. It's also around 4,000, isn't it?
More or less, yes.
Yeah. And this was another piece in ORS's Discovery. Do you recall how many employees work out of the Greenville office? Does about 10 sound right?
I believe the number was 10.
And so would you agree that if you have an office that's approximately the same size with 40% more employees, that the company has a higher worker density in the new office location?
I would agree that there would be a higher worker density, but without knowing what the components of the original office were in terms of whether there were spaces for maintenance, storage, things like that. I don't know the employees per maybe workable square footage.
Sure. No, that's fair. And so you can't testify as to the size of the offices in the previous location, can you?
I cannot.
Where's ORS's office located?
1401 Main Street, Suite 900 in Columbia.
It's about a block from the Art Museum.
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Maurer has strong opinions about where an office should be located, so I'm just building some context around those opinions.
We're going to sustain that objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Take a look at this aerial photo on the Elmo. Let's say that ORS's office was located where Blue Granite's old headquarters used to be located. Would you agree or disagree that potential employees might rather work for a company that's located in a downtown office versus a remote industrial park?
I can't.
Objection is calling for the witness to speculate. How is he supposed to know whether a potential employee would want to work there or not?
Again, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Maurer has expressed strong opinions about where the company's office should be located, so I would suggest that this is eminently relevant to the topic.
Still asking him to speculate.
We're going to sustain.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Maurer, that running a utility is a difficult and complicated operation? I mean, in other words, it's not like flipping hamburgers. You require special skills and experience and those kinds of things when you're hiring employees.
There are special skills that would be required to work in the water and sewer industry, yes.
Would you agree that customers benefit from a utility that employs highly qualified and talented employees?
I think a customer of any company that has high-quality employees benefit from those employees.
Right, but in the utility context, because it's a sort of special world that we live in, wouldn't you agree that customers of a utility benefit when that utility has employees that are talented and experienced?
Relative to untalented and unexperienced, yes.
Sure, yeah. And have you heard of Moore Sewer before? It was a wastewater utility located in the upstate.
I'm loosely familiar with Moore Sewer.
And were you aware that Mr. Willie Morgan of ORS referred Moore Sewer to Blue Granite for possible acquisition just last year?
I'm not familiar with Mr. Morgan's recommendation.
That's fine. We talked on Wednesday about the well-qualified employees that Blue Granite had been able to hire since it relocated, so we won't get into that today, but do you agree that...
Actually, I'm not sure the purpose of that statement was, if there wasn't a question.
There wasn't a question, so I have nothing to withdraw, so not sure.
Are you moving to strike the statement, or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do it.
That's fine, it's in the record. I'll withdraw it, Mr. Chairman. Would you agree, though, with me that a utility's hiring decisions and office location decisions are a matter of business judgment?
The company has the ability to make those business decisions.
Thank you. Do you know whether the company's employees in the previous office, prior to the relocation, were minorities?
I'm unaware of that.
Do you know the demographic makeup of the new office in Greenville?
Not quantifiable. I met most of the individuals that work in that office in our visit.
Did you know that of the 10 employees in the Greenville office, 2 of them are minority women?
I did not take note of that, but it would not surprise me, no.
Good. So wouldn't you agree that a company's decision to move to another location is a business decision, not only a business decision, but one that takes into account various different factors?
It does. Yeah.
So if it does, then wouldn't you agree that a relocation could also be about positioning the company to attract a diverse, talented candidate pool that's reflective of the communities that it serves?
Action is called for the witness to speculate.
We've talked about business judgment, and I'm sort of rounding out that issue.
We're going to sustain.
Thank you. You have some college degrees, right? Dr. Maurer, I'm sorry, I've been calling you Mr. It's a habit thing. Dr. Maurer.
Yes, I have college degrees.
Could you tell us what your degrees are in?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering. I have a Master's of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering and a PhD in Civil and Environmental Engineering.
Would you agree that Catherine Heigl, former president of Blue Granite, is someone who seeks out and promotes talented employees?
Objection is asking the witness to speculate about what Ms. Heigl does.
That's fine. I'll withdraw the question, Mr. Chairman. Is it correct that you were the first leader of the Office of Rural Water established at DHEC by Ms. Heigl and her colleagues?
Yes, I was the first employee in the Office of Rural Water.
And you have great experience as an environmental regulator at DHEC, right?
I have 5 years of good experience as a regulator at DHEC, yes.
But have you ever run a business?
I have not run a business.
Have you ever worked as a recruiter in human resources?
I have not.
Have you had experience with attracting employees to work for a private business before?
No, I have not.
Do you have any office building construction experience?
No, I do not.
You use the term office upgrade or upgrade, and we've heard it some today, but you use it 14 times in your pre-filed testimony. Does that sound about right?
I did not quantify the number of times I used it.
But you've consistently and repeatedly used the word upgrade. Would you agree to that?
Yes, that's how I described it in testimony.
Would you consider drywall to be an upgrade?
I would consider drywall to be a renovation.
What about carpet?
A renovation.
What about paint on the wall?
Counsel, excuse me for interrupting, but I don't understand what the relevance of all this is.
Commissioner Erman, that's a fair point. These were all costs that were included in the company's office upfit costs that are proposed to be disallowed by ORS.
Let's see if we can move it along.
Yes, sir. Understood. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Maurer, but there's no assertion in your testimony that the office upfit in Greenville would have been more expensive had it been in another city.
I don't believe that I assert that, no.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bickley, I have a question for you. On page 21 of your direct testimony, you recommend a series of protective measures that ORS would like to see built into a storm reserve fund.
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you recommend a storm reserve fund?
ORS is not opposed to a storm reserve fund so long as it has adequate customer protections.
Tell me about the customer protection. What would the rate increase be if a storm reserve fund was added? Do you have that information?
So the storm reserve fund as proposed by the company would not necessarily be in rates. It would be an additional line item charge on a customer's bill. And that charge would go directly to filling whatever threshold the commission deems necessary for a fund if it were approved.
It would be an additional cost to the bill.
Yes, Commissioner. It would be an additional cost.
Have a higher bill.
Correct. It would be another charge on customers' bills.
Do you think their past history indicates that this fund was necessary?
No, sir, I do not. That graph that opposing counsel put up on the Elmo actually showed their history. As I noted, in 1 year, I believe it was 2012, they had $1,500 in storm damage costs. The highest number on that chart was approximately $54,000. I don't see the company data, sir. Or excuse me, I don't see the historical data from the company that shows me where $200,000 is necessary. While Hurricanes Michael and Florence did have extraordinary storm costs, that was a one-time event that is not frequently shown in past history.
If the commission did approve this fund, would the company in any way participate it from the shareholders?
No, sir, not from its application and not from our inquiry discoveries. Not to my knowledge, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Santinata, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing well. How are you, Commissioner?
Fine. You know if Blue Granite or predecessor Carolina Water ever had a coastal study done?
Not to my knowledge.
We talk about non-revenue water. It has several components. What component would you think would be unbilled water of that component?
Can you ask that again?
Of the non-revenue water. Water loss is one component. Flushing is one component. Unbilled water is another component. What percentage of that component do you think might be unbilled water?
I wouldn't be able to estimate that.
Is there any kind of service or any kind of industry average you know that might indicate what unbilled water is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I wasn't sure I knew either. I thought you might know.
Apologize.
We've discussed the annual rate adjustments, so I won't go into that anymore. I think we're pretty well all familiar with that whole concept. Mr. Brink, let's talk about Roundup. I guess you might have expected this one.
Yes, Commissioner.
What studies have ORS done on the Roundup program?
So,
Besides what the company presented to you in their discovery?
ORS looked at first if there were any affiliate companies that Blue Granite Water Company, any of their affiliates, if they have such a Roundup program. Company's response was that there were none. So we had no companies of their own affiliates to compare to. We also inquired as to whether there are any water companies in the state, any water or sewer companies that is under the purview of this commission. There are none to our knowledge, and the company was not aware of any. So ORS looked at Duke and Dominion. They have similar programs to the Roundup, not exactly the same, but very similar programs whereby customers would have help with their gas and electric bills. In those programs, they were different in that, in the case of Duke, Duke apparently their shareholders pay for the cost associated with implementation, administration, and communication of such programs.
Does ORS have an opinion on whether a Roundup program should be opt-in or opt-out?
It would be ORS's position that an opt-in would be more appropriate simply because customers would have more control. If a customer has more control, it would be more of a protection for a customer so that they fully understand what they're doing.
Thank you both very much.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just got a few questions for you, Dr. Maurer. I think a lot of things have been asked of the panel here, but I got a couple I want to follow up on. First, since we still have the aerial photo on the screen up there, Dr. Morrow, you had a lot of questions about the West Columbia office asked of you. Some you didn't know, and some you did. Of course, it's certainly been established that that was an owned office, and there's a lot of debate about how many employees were there, what was around it, in terms of everything from landscape and vegetation to businesses. So what I want to ask you, and you went there a little bit, was the building used for other purposes, and you touched on it a little bit, for maintenance and warehousing and maybe performing other functions other than just office, to your knowledge, to ORS's knowledge?
And you're discussing the West Columbia office?
The one that's on the screen, yes, sir.
Correct. No, I'm unaware. I just was trying to make the point that I didn't know that I could, or sorry, not that I know. I was not confident comparing the number of employees in these two offices, if one is completely administrative and one maybe had some administrative functions along with other types of utility, storage, maintenance uses.
That might have been a question better for the previous panel, maybe Mr. Sullivan. Does either one of you on this panel know if there were other advantages or uses of that facility?
I believe the customers had the opportunity to pay bills there, but I to my knowledge, no.
Commissioner, I don't know of any other.
Okay. Well, I'll move on and stick with you, Dr. Morrow. We want to get kind of to the basics here, and I think Mr. Knowlton had gone down this path with you a little bit. Around page 3 and 5 of your direct testimony, first, just to reiterate these numbers, is your testimony that ORS recommends a $211,000 adjustment on purchase water expenses for service territories 1 and 2, and a $50,929 adjustment for the purchase water deferral account. Is that correct?
So, yeah, the one adjustment is to the purchased water expense to account for the non-revenue water over 10%, and that would be for $251,311, and then a separate adjustment for the accrued deferral costs of the increased wholesale rates that would be for $50,000 or $50,929.
Okay, and what was that first number again? That's where I'm.
Yes, sir. So I've revised that number
right
in my revised SIR rebuttal, and that number would be $251,311.
Okay. Yeah, I've got about 3 numbers scratched through there. All right, 251,311. Well, given those numbers, and you had some questions from one of the attorneys, I don't remember if it was Mr. Ellaby or Mr. Welburn now, but you had some questions about an annual water audit being done, and then those costs could run up to $600,000. And with those high costs versus the allowances ORS is recommending here, is this percentage you're recommended, I guess my question about it being an industry standard, you cited the AWWA numbers, or are you basing it on company-specific factors?
The recommendation for 10% stems from the past commission approved 10% number in the last rate case.
And you cited a couple of those orders, I think, from 2017, maybe 2018.
Yeah, I believe the order from the last rate case.
Well, help me out here just a little bit. I might not be grabbing this as easily as the chairman is, but there's been a lot of talk about cross-subsidization in this case, and there's been a lot of discussion about that, about one area, and you know the history of it, about consolidation. We're down to 2 territories, about one area subsidizing another. But when we get into non-revenue water, and then you show all these neighborhoods where the increases have been really high in the top 3, I guess it was, and you had a lot on that one chart. Is there not some concern for the areas that are having those problems, those customers? Isn't there some cross subsidization going on there in the area of could there not be some cross subsidization going on there in the non-revenue water arena? And you're recommending just a 10% across the whole, across the board, across the territories.
And I apologize, Commissioner, I'm struggling a little bit to follow the question.
Well, if there's cross subsidization going on in all expenditures across all, because of the operations of each subdivision and all these arguments that we've heard throughout the case, if that's going on, are you saying that how do you think that's fair, just putting a 10% across the board on it to the company or to the ratepayer? If you've got these problems that are super high in some areas, some subdivisions, and then you got them, I think your chart went all the way down to, still wasn't below the 10% number, but it got down into the 11s, I think, and some of them were over 50%. So how did you come up with that number, I guess, when you've got different subdivisions having such a high level of unaccounted for water and some with it almost
So is the question, Commissioner, how I came up with a 10% number or how I came to the monetary amount of the adjustment?
Both. I mean, how do you think it's fair to the ratepayer and to the company? And obviously these costs of the water audit annually would be very high, but how do you think that's fair to both the ratepayer and, for that matter, to all involved?
Okay, so first to try to answer the 10% number, we're simply looking at the past precedent from the commission that deemed that 10% was the reasonable threshold.
I get that we've done that in the past, but we're talking about this case.
Right, and so the proposal from the company is to use system-specific goals or criteria to evaluate non-revenue water. My understanding of how those goals could be developed is with system-specific data about the non-revenue water that's going on within those systems. And I did not feel comfortable using the data that was provided by the company to speculate on what those goals might be, nor do I think the company presented what metrics could be to protect consumers from excessive non-revenue water. And so that being said, we're recommending that the commission continue with what has previously been accepted as the metric for non-revenue water.
Okay, and that said, and I know you said this when you were being cross-examined, what's your recommendation, ORS's recommendation concerning the cost of these audits if the company were to do them, which are,
Right, and I'm unaware of what the specific cost would be. I believe the number quoted by Mr. Mendenhall, unless I'm completely misinterpreting what that is, it would be a leak detection across all subdivisions every single year, and I don't think that was the intent of my recommendation for a water audit. My recommendation is that the company needs to be able to collect data that doesn't have to be all leak data. They have their amount of water that's going into any given subdivision. They have the amount of water that's being billed to the customers. If they were able to quantify how much flushing, for example, on their unbilled authorized consumption, that would give them a better idea of what the actual losses are, whether those are apparent or real within a given subdivision. And I think that those would be relatively inexpensive ways, as long as if you're flushing, make an estimate as to what those volumes are, and then you'll be able to use that information to determine, if you have a subdivision with 50% non-revenue water, where is 10% of that being used for actual maintenance activities like flushing, or is it 50%? With the data right now, I don't think that we can say that, and so we don't know what the actual, real or apparent losses are in a given subdivision with the data that we have available.
and then we would have something known and measurable.
Correct.
Well, and you said you don't know what that might cost. Of course, the attorneys tossed out some numbers, but would you speculate on, I guess I'm asking you to speculate, do you have any idea what you think those costs might be?
No, Commissioner, I don't. I do know that, for example, the American Water Works Association free water audit software is a free tool. If a consultant or a third-party water auditor could help the company determine the best ways to efficiently collect, document, and analyze that data, that may lead them to more informed decisions about where to put forth their capital expenditures to limit non-revenue.
Thank you, Dr. Morrow. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Belser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna follow up with you, Dr. Morrow. Thank you. Thank y'all for being here. Don't worry, I got something for each of you. Dr. Morrow, you had prior experience at DHEC, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I have just over 5 years of experience
And
at DHEC.
I'm pulling on your experience as a ORS and DHEC employee as an engineer. Are water audits something that utilities should be doing routinely?
It's my opinion that water utilities should be doing that. Is there a regulatory requirement that they do a water audit? I don't recall that being a regulatory requirement, but it is certainly a best practice to have a good understanding of where your water that you're producing or purchasing is ultimately ending up.
And is that something, what kind of, is there a specialized degree, or is it something an engineer does? Is it something that what kind of degree would one need to do a water audit? Should there be people in-house at Blue Granite that can conduct a water audit?
My understanding is that
I'm not asking if they've done it. I'm asking.
Correct.
Do they have people in-house?
In general, a water utility would have folks in-house that could perform a water audit. There are various training opportunities that the American Water Works Association would put on to do such water audits, and a lot of it stems from just being able to collect, document, and analyze data that is, for all intents and purposes, is more readily available than other data.
And listening to the questions that you had on cross-examination, it seems that, and from company testimony, there's been, would you agree, and you feel free to disagree with me, but that the company is proposing that it is not cost-effective at this point to do the water audit and try to get a handle on this non-revenue, non-accounted, or unaccounted for water.
based on the rebuttal testimony of witness Mendenhall, which spoke to the cost of leak detection versus the amount seeking to be recovered for non-revenue water, as well as during the oral testimony of where they used a large number as to what that might cost. Yes, I think that's the, that is, I get a little mixed up. Could you please repeat the question as before I?
You want me to repeat a question? No, I can't remember. That's why I'm asking that.
Okay, well, so we'll move on.
And I believe it was my understanding is the company thinks that it's cost prohibitive to do the water audit.
That's your opinion.
I believe that's what your question was.
All right. Are you familiar with the rate design that we're operating under with this company as far as the recovery of purchased water?
Very loosely.
I could speak to that, Commissioner Belzer.
Well, Mr. Sandonato, does the rate design allow the company to recover all that's billed by the third-party provider?
Right now, the company has proposed to recover all that's billed by the third-party provider, but based on witness Mauer's recommendation, we're limiting that
right,
to that 10% threshold.
But what's currently in operation? Does the company get to recover all that is billed by the third-party provider?
Unless we make an adjustment, and we made one in the last rate proceeding, and we've proposed one in this one as well.
And that's the 10%?
Yes, that's correct.
So is there any, my point is, if the recovery is allowed by the tariff, is there any incentive for the company to try to mitigate lost water or non-account water?
Not that I'm aware of.
And put on your DHEC hat a little bit, and potable water is a commodity. Would you agree that it's a commodity that is it's increasing in the cost to provide it? Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And I'm not saying that it's going to be scarce, but is it something that needs to be conserved?
Yes, the water in general is a natural resource that needs to be conserved.
Has ORS examined I&I on Blue Granite's sewer systems?
I did sample 3 of the purchased water system or purchased sewer systems for I&I.
And what were your results?
I looked at those using the monthly invoices from the third-party providers. At least 2 of those 3 on a monthly time scale were below the DHEC contributory loading. And at that time scale, it's hard to find the fluctuations in rain events that would show up on the scale of days as opposed to months. So we did not do an extensive review of I&I and did not.
On those systems, were those systems that the utility provided water service and sewer service for?
I don't recall if they served both.
Well, where are the DHEC contributory loadings coming in? Why is that used in trying to determine I&I?
So we would have looked at the total amount of water going through the meter in a given month and divided that by the residential equivalent units and tried to correlate that to the DHEC contributory loading for.
So you're taking the meter at the wastewater treatment plant and then calculating the contributory loadings for the subdivision and using that?
Correct.
You did not try to look at metered water usage versus what was coming at the plant?
No, Commissioner, I did not do that.
You indicated in, I can't recall if this was in direct or rebuttal, that there were instances where Blue Granite's records indicated that it had sold more water to customers than the company had purchased from third-party providers.
Yes, ma'am, I recall that.
What accounts for that?
Given the data, I don't know, I can't speculate on exactly what during our discovery response, we asked the company, I believe, what caused that or what they plan to do to mitigate those water gain situations, and their response discussed looking at meter error both on their customer side and asking the third-party wholesaler to verify the accuracy of those meters.
Has there been any follow-up to see whether the company's done any of that?
I have not done that follow-up, no.
But let me just make sure I understand this. The company billed customers and collected from customers more money than for water than the water they purchased from the provider.
That is what the company records seem to indicate.
In your SIR rebuttal testimony, you state that in the water accountability report provided by Blue Granite, the majority of data fields for individual components of non-revenue water are empty.
Yes, Commissioner.
Further stated that the documented flushing events across these subdivisions supplied by third-party water providers account for less than 1% of the combined totaled water input and combined totaled non-revenue water, and that documented leak events similarly account for less than 1%. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Given the lack of data provided by Blue Granite, what do you surmise about Blue Granite's operations and accounting for purchased water?
My recommendation was that they certainly did not have the data to provide system-specific goals, which is in turn leading me to my recommendation that they work with a third-party water auditor to determine how they can most efficiently collect this type of data, document this type of data, and then analyze that data to make informed decisions about what's going on in their water systems.
Mr. Bickley, I think I recall from Blue Granite's witness that they were getting close with ORS on the language in the Let's Tank tariff provision. Do you recall that?
Yes, Commissioner, I do.
Can you update us on whether there have been any further discussions regarding the language where there may be have reached agreement?
I personally haven't been involved with those discussions. I know that our legal folks have talked with their legal folks, but to what extent, I'm not aware.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Belser. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, any redirect? Hang on for a redirect. Mr. Kinder, did I leave you out again?
To the extent it's outside redirect, RS would object.
We hadn't started redirect yet, so. Okay, so I did not call on you for cross-examination. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman. It was a question that was raised on cross-examination.
Okay, so if it's raised during redirect, you can ask a question, but not now. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Huber.
Mr. Wellborn, is that paper copy of the stipulation still up here from the Depp case?
Is that not it?
Mr. Bickley, Mr. Wellborn asked you some questions about a stipulation and another case regarding the storm normalization. In your testimony, you cite two cases where the commission ordered a 10-year normalization, correct?
Correct.
Were those cases stipulations or were they unstipulated outcomes?
The specific case, and give me one moment and I'll flip to it. The specific case was docket 2018-319E, where the 10-year average was adopted by the commission.
And that was not a stipulation, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read to you paragraph 13 of the stipulation that Mr. Wellborn asked you about previously in the Duke Energy Progress case. Do you see paragraph 13 there? It states the parties agree that signing this stipulation will not constitute a precedent or evidence of acceptable practice for the matters described herein in future proceedings. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Mr. St. Donato, I believe you were asked about whether there were still disputes about the purchase water deferral account. I am correct that ORS has proposed an adjustment to that account to limit the recovery of non-revenue water, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, given the language of that stipulation that I had on the ELMO previously about it not being precedent or being used against the party in another proceeding, we would ask for that line of questions regarding that stipulation by Mr. Wellborn to be struck.
If I may respond, Mr. Chairman. Just that we were just discussing the language in the stipulation and it was read accurately, and I don't exactly understand the objection, but Blue Granite wasn't a party to that stipulation, so it wouldn't apply to Blue Granite.
I mean, the stipulation states what it says, is that it's not to be used against another party and it's not to be used as precedent.
I would just respond, Mr. Chairman, that we're not asking that it be used in a precedential fashion. We were just using it for reference.
Nothing further, Chairman.
Okay, we're gonna strike it.
Dr. Maurer, there's been some questions regarding completing a water audit, and there's been varying numbers thrown out about the cost to complete a water audit. If a water audit were to be completed prior to the next case, the cost or expenses associated with that will be subject to review by ORS, and as part of a future rate proceeding, correct?
That's my understanding.
And when you recommend a water audit, you're recommending that to the company Asbury, what direction to go in to reduce non-revenue water, correct?
Correct. A water audit should be used to help guide the company's capital expenditures to improve their system.
Why do you recommend a 10% threshold in this case and assert that's reasonable?
This is what was ordered by the commission in the most recent case. In terms of the company's suggestion for a 20% threshold, I believe that would not incentivize the company to limit its non-revenue water and would allow them to potentially pass on twice as much non-revenue water costs. And that's why we're proposing to stick with the 10%.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we can have recross on those questions that were just asked, if there's any.
Nothing from us, Mr.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your testimony, and you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, I think before we get instructions from Mr. Witt I think Mr. Witt had something to correct on an exhibit.
Chairman, Consumer Affairs wants to correct the exhibit, but I had another, I guess it's in the nature of a closing, but it's 90 seconds, if you allow that.
Okay.
Our witness, Mirzak, had a exhibit, JDM1. It was entered as JDM1. It should have been entered as revised JDM1.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Belser.
I'm showing Exhibit JDM1 revised filed with Sir rebuttal.
I was too.
It was indicated to us that it didn't have the word revised. If it does, we don't need to make any change, obviously, and the exhibit didn't change at all. Okay. You just told me we left off the word revised.
But it just needs to be this one filed with the Sir rebuttal? Is that what you're asking for?
That's correct.
And that's what we got. That's what I have listed on our list. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed with a short statement?
Well, we hadn't asked for closing statements from, or agreed to that with everybody, Mr. Witt. So if we can dispense with that and keep moving.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
This is not a closing statement, Mr. Chairman. I think Friday afternoon I had proposed responding to some of the night hearing testimony, including this upcoming night hearing, and doing it on a consolidated basis. Before we got started this morning, it was suggested that we do that differently, and we are going to do it differently because that was what was suggested. So
I think Ms. Wessinger Hill is getting to that in the instructions on all this. So
I thought I might have caused some confusion. I was going to clarify it, but I will.
Well, you might have, but I think she's going to go through all of that with all the parties right now. If we don't get that covered, we'll keep taking it. So, Ms. Wessinger Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get to some of the instructions,
any witness today by any of the parties during this past 4 days, if there has been any corrections to your pre-filed testimony from the stand, we ask that the attorneys for those particular witnesses please file a corrected pre-filed testimony with the red line form where you've got the correction red line so we know exactly what they are. And if you can expeditiously do that, I know we had met briefly before the start of the hearing today with all the parties to discuss that, and we tentatively agreed that it looked like everyone could do that by the end of this week so it can assist the court reporter. Is that okay with everyone? If so, just please let us know. Yes, sir. RS.
Quick procedural question. Yes. We filed just a single page of Mr. Brazino's updated rebuttal. Would y'all like the entire packet, or is a single page acceptable? We're happy to do whichever is most convenient for the
Single page is acceptable, but if you want it to be, it is also suggested that if you want to knock out the red line so that there is a complete copy in the record on the DMS, that you file a whole one without the red lines as well, please, sir.
Thank you.
So if anybody hasn't already done that, if they'll please do so before the end of the week. With regard to Mr. Ellerby, counsel for the company, with regard to any late filed exhibit, we had discussed with all the parties before starting today that anything up until this point, so any of the prior public hearings or during the course of trial, if any of those late filed exhibits can be actually filed by Wednesday of this week. And then any response or objection from the parties, if anyone has that, if all the other parties can actually file their particular response or objection no later than Friday, March 5th. With regard to the upcoming hearing, that public hearing that's going to be held on this Thursday, that any late filed exhibit relative to those that particular hearing, if that can be done by the company by Monday, March, I believe that's March the 9th. Let me make sure. Yes, March 9th. And then if any party has any objection to that particular filing by the company, if they will do so by Wednesday, March the 11th. Also, proposed orders are requested no later than by anyone who's interested by March the 18th from the parties as well. And if you don't intend to file one, if you can please just let us know, that'd be appreciated as also when just make a letter statement filing on that. And Mr. Chairman, with regard to that, I believe that's all the preliminary matters that we actually had for the parties. I think Mr. Elby's got a question.
We didn't answer your question then.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
did. You did.
Go ahead.
However, Commissioner Hamilton asked for a late filed exhibit about the sale of the Columbia office. I haven't had a chance to look into that. If we could file that by Friday, would that be of the end of this week? Would that be?
Yes, sir. And if it will allow the parties, if anyone has an objection within these guidelines, you can always request an extension. Please remind, we are on a tight schedule though. But if anyone else has any objection or comments related to that, if they will please file theirs at least by Tuesday or either Monday of next week.
Okay. Anything else to come before us? We do have a night hearing this Thursday in York at 6 p.m. Just for anyone who wants to know, we thank everybody for being here. Thank you for your cooperation, and we are adjourned.
Oh, received.
What?
Received.
What does that mean?
Until the public hearing.
Okay, we'll recede until the public hearing, then we'll adjourn. I got lawyers in every ear. Yes, sir.
We had a short statement, 30 seconds, I'll say it is now, okay, if we could make that.
Go ahead, give your short 30-second, Mr. Witt.
I apologize if it isn't.
I feel like you really want to say it, so
It's
you
very
can get
important.
it in 30 seconds.
I think it's very important that we say it. It's for the Department of Consumer Affairs. You heard in the opening statement the attorney for the utilities characterize the consumer advocate's position or consumer affairs position, and he characterized it as supportive or are not opposed, satisfied with their monthly, their pass-through mechanism. And since that time, the consumer advocate had a witness, Morgan, who had reservations that he expressed to the company's attorney and to ORS's attorney concerning the pass-through mechanism. So the consumer advocate simply asked that you rely on the testimony from the witness Morgan and not the characterization from the company's attorney. That's all we had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure you want to say something.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to say about that? Okay. We are receding until Thursday night.